All right, I will call to order the Planning Commission hearing on July 8th, 2019. Time is 4:31. My name is Sam Rockwell. I serve as president of the commission. I am joined today by Commissioners Ellison, Brown, Coleman, Sweezy, Schrader, and Olson. Our first order of business is to approve the minutes of the June 17th, 2019 hearing. Do I have a motion? And a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Our next order of business is to correct a lack of actual approval of the Committee of the Whole actions from June 6th. So I apologize for this, fellow commissioners. We'll go over these again. On Committee of the Whole, June 6th, we recommended TIF plan for 14th and Central. We did location and design review for 2020 to 2024 capital improvement projects. Recommended approval. We recommended land sale of a right-of-way adjacent to 2113 Cedar Avenue South. Recommended approval of a land sale at 2635 Colfax Avenue North, and recommended for approval land sales at 610 34th Avenue North, 3723 Aldrich Avenue North, 1326 Emerson Avenue North, 2822 Emerson Avenue North, 2818 Girard Avenue North, 2003 Hillside Avenue North, 1131 James Avenue North, 3115 Russell Avenue North, and 810 Thomas Avenue North. Recommended all of those land sales for approval. Can I have a motion to approve those actions of the June 6th Committee of the Whole meeting?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, our next order of business is to organize the agenda for today's hearing. For those here in attendance, we'll walk through the agenda. If you wish to testify on an item, please indicate by raising your hand. If you do not wish to, if no one wishes to testify on an item, we may put that item on consent. So speak up or forever hold your peace. First item is Falwell Park, 3600 Knox Avenue North in Ward 4. Is anyone here to speak in opposition or to amend staff recommendation on this item? Seeing none, we'll place item 1 on consent. Item number 2 is the Red Cow Brewery at 201, 207, and 211 Lowry Avenue Northeast in Ward 1. Several applications there. Is anyone to speak on the Red Cow Brewery? We have one person. We will discuss item number 2. Item number 3 is Green Garden Bakery at 815 Sumner Court and 820 Aldrich Avenue North in Ward 5, a conditional use permit for a PUD to allow a bakery there. Is anyone here to speak on that item, item number 3? Seeing none, we'll place that item on consent. Item number 4 is 318 West Lake Street in Ward 10. Several applications for a redevelopment there. Is anyone here to speak on item number 4? Seeing none, we'll place item number 4 on consent. Item number 5 is the Northco West parking lot, 620 9th Street Southeast in Ward 3. Several applications there. Is anyone here to speak on item number 5? Seeing none, we'll place item number 5 on consent. Item number 6 is the Halo Hotel and Apartments at 620 and 800 9th Street Southeast. 633, 701, and 715 8th Street Southeast in Ward 3. Several applications for a planned unit development there. Is anybody here to speak on this item, item number 6? Seeing none, we'll place that item on consent. Item number 7 is the Bessemer at Seward Commons, 2200 to 2218 Snelling Avenue in Ward 6. Several applications for a multifamily dwelling. Is anyone here to speak on item number 7? Seeing none, we'll place item number 7 on consent. Item number 8 is 819 24th Avenue Northeast in Ward 1. Minor subdivision. Is anybody here to speak on item number 8? One person is here to speak on item number 8. We will discuss item number 8. Item number 9 is Excelsior and Lake Hotel and Condos, 3012 Excelsior Boulevard in Ward 13. Applications for hotel and condos. Is anyone here to speak on item number 9? One person is here to speak on item number 9. We will discuss item number 9. Item number 10 is McDonald's at 1440 Stinson Parkway, Ward 1. Various applications related to signs. Is anybody here to speak on item number 10? Seeing none, we'll place item number 10 on consent. Item number 11, we will continue to the July 22nd, 2019 meeting. So if you're here for item number 11, that will be heard on July 22nd. Item number 12 is the Heritage Landing parking ramp at 24 2nd Avenue North and 90 Hennepin Avenue in Ward 3. We will discuss item number 12. And item number 13 is 26th and Blaisdell at 2542 to 2554 Blaisdell Avenue and 110 26th Street West in Ward 10. We will discuss item number 13, which brings us to the end of our agenda. So the agenda as amended, we'll discuss items number 2, 8, 9, 12, and 13. We will continue item number 11, and we will place items number 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 10 on consent. Commissioners, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Next, we will open the public hearing on our consent items. If anybody wishes to speak on those items on the consent agenda, now is your chance. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on the consent agenda. Commissioners, could I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, we will move on to our discussion items. I will ask anyone here wishing to testify tonight to keep in mind that a lot of other people are here wishing to testify, so keep your testimony concise and to the point of the project and the applications in front of us. If testimony goes beyond 4 or so minutes, I may ask you to wrap up. All right, we will open the public hearing on item number 2, Red Cow Brewery, 201, 207, and 211 Lowry Avenue Northeast, Ward 1, and staff is Shayna Sethers.
Thank you, President Rockwell. Good afternoon. Item number 2 is for the property is located at the corner of 2nd and Lowry. The site is most known as the Little Jack site. There's 2 additional retail buildings that would also be removed to allow for a new mixed-use building. The first floor would be restaurant and brewery and brew pub, and then production and some additional restaurant seating in the basement, 3rd floor. 2nd floor presently is proposed for an office use. The subject property is zoned C2. And the required land use application is site plan review. So the application is in compliance with all of the other requirements in C2. So we are evaluating the proposed project only for compliance with building placement, landscaping, parking design and maintenance, etc. Staff is recommending approval of the application for site plan review subject to the stated conditions of approval on page 12 of the staff report. The applicant is here. They have agreed to all of the conditions of approval, and I'd be happy to address any specific concerns maybe that come up based on testimony.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will open the public hearing on this item, and if I could ask the applicant to come forward if you wish to add anything to Shana's presentation. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Luke Schemp, 4525 Valaker Avenue, Minneapolis.
I'm Adam Meyer, 5034 Beard Avenue South, Minneapolis.
Very good. Do you have anything to add to Shana's description, or?
No.
No. Very good. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you very much. I'll ask anybody else here wishing to testify to come to the stand. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Nancy Prismas. I'm here on behalf of the Bottineau Neighborhood Association, and we are here to support this wonderful redevelopment of this 12-year or more vacant building, and that we found such a wonderful solution to a sad and worn place. We're glad it's being demolished. We're glad we're getting a new building. We're glad of the multi-use, and thank you all.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else wish to testify? Yes. Please come to the mic. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Brittany Lassick. I live at 2525 3rd Street Northeast in Minneapolis. So being that it's basically in our front yard, I'm concerned about parking. We already have 2 large businesses, restaurants, that have not ample enough parking. So we just want to make sure that our streets are available for our guests.
Thank you. Is anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, we have one application before us, site plan review, with 9 suggested commissions by staff. Is there any discussion, or would somebody like to start us off with a motion? Commissioner Brown.
And I'll move approval of item A, the site plan review with the 9 stated conditions.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any discussion on the motion? I'll state briefly, or Commissioner Brown.
I think overall this project clearly meets the requirements of the site plan chapter, meets the requirements of the C2 zoning district. I know we heard a little bit on parking. It does meet the parking requirements by the zoning code. It also includes a fairly sizable surface parking lot on the property. So I guess I would express my support for approval of this project.
Very good. Any other commissioners? All right. Seeing no one else, we have a motion and a second to approve item A, site plan review. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Moving on to item number 8. (819) 24th Avenue Northeast in Ward 1. Staff is Aaron Hanauer, but it looks like staff is actually Hillary Dvorak.
So this is a minor subdivision application. Excuse me. Filling in for Aaron tonight. For 819 24th Avenue Northeast, the existing lot is approximately 11,200 and some square feet. The applicant is proposing to subdivide that one property into 2 properties to create 2 buildable lots. One would maintain the existing triplex, and then a new structure would be constructed on parcel A, and that would either be a duplex or a triplex according to the applicant. This parcel does not have access to a public alley, so therefore there is a variance of the subdivision regulations that is included in the item tonight to allow it to be reduced less than the 50 feet. Access to that parcel is proposed to come off of the existing alley in the block through an access easement. There are two conditions of approval tonight. One is a standard recording condition. Excuse me, it's not. The applicant shall provide a shared driveway cross-access easement between the two properties as shown in the development plan. And then a building permit for a new residential structure on parcel A shall be obtained by July 8th, or the existing garage shall be demolished, as we don't allow accessory structures on lots without principal structures. And so I will stand for any questions.
Commissioners, are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come to the stand. Introduce yourselves and add anything you wish to add.
Sure. My name is Nicole Leand, and this is my husband Kirk Leand, and we currently own the triplex at 819 24th Avenue Northeast. And we are proposing the lot split simply to expand housing opportunity for the community. So it's in a really wonderful neighborhood that's continuing to expand and grow. We're really close to Lowry and Central, and we have this sizable lot that just does not get used currently by our tenants, and so we're proposing additional housing, and we're really trying to work with the community and what the city wants, I guess, for expanding that, I guess. So we're open to, we're hoping to provide either a duplex or a triplex based on appropriate zoning coding. So.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing to anybody else wishing to testify. Please come to the stand, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Grant Edwards, 822 24th Avenue Northeast. I live across the street from the property in question. I used to have neighbors across the street who would watch your house, water your plants, feed your fish, but now it's basically a 3-unit motel with Airbnb-like customers coming and going at all times. And now they want to double down on that strategy and wedge another triplex in the side yard. And I'd just like to say I'm opposed to that.
Very good, thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on this item. Commissioners, we have one application before us, a minor subdivision with 2 conditions. Is there any discussion, or would somebody like to start us off with a motion? Commissioner Coleman.
I will make a motion to approve the application with the 2 conditions stated.
Is there a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, is there any discussion? Commissioner Coleman.
Sure, and I would just like to say that it does meet the zoning code. I appreciate the comment about the Airbnb type uses. That's something that the city needs to address. However, this zoning application is not the place to address that larger issue that the city might be facing.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve the minor subdivision, item A, with the 2 stated conditions. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, moving on to item number 9, Excelsior and Lake Hotel and Condos, 3012 Excelsior Boulevard in Ward 13. Staff is Peter Crandall.
Good evening, Commissioners. The application before you is located at 3012 Excelsior Boulevard. This is at the intersection of Excelsior Boulevard and West Lake Street on the west side of Bedeh-Makaska, Lake Calhoun. The proposal is for a new 10-story, functionally an 8-floor mixed-use structure with 20 dwelling units, 100 hotel rooms, and approximately 11,000 square feet of commercial space. You'll see from the zoning map here that the site is currently zoned for the C3A Community Activity Center District. It also falls within the Shoreland Overlay District for Bedeh-Makaska, Lake Calhoun. The applications before you are for a conditional use permit to increase the maximum building height in the shoreline overlay from 2.5 stories, 35 feet, to 10 stories, 114 feet. There's also a variance to increase the maximum FAR from 3.78 to 4.57. Variance to decrease the minimum loading requirement from 2 large spaces to 1 small space. And then the site plan review application. I won't go too far into the development design unless there are specific questions from commissioners or that come up during testimony, and I believe the applicant's also here to address any concerns.
Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come to the stand. State your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Gretchen Camp from ESG 500 South Washington Avenue.
And Alyssa Yagfeld, also here from ESG.
Corey Burstad from Elevage is here if you have any questions for the developer. And Alyssa and I can answer any site plan or design questions, but I think the project was slated for consent, so maybe we can reply to whoever took it off consent unless you have questions.
Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant? Yes, one question, Commissioner Crosby.
Could you show me an elevation of the bus shelter that's integrated into the project?
I think it'll show up on the north elevation, but I'll go to that. Oh, here we go. I'll zoom. I think I should be able to zoom in too. Do you want to describe it a little bit?
Yeah, so it's on the northwest corner of the building, and right now there's a bus shelter tucked in between a shed at the gas station and the fire station. So this is more integrated into the edge. It has what we think is a prominent presence due to it being more of the contrast on that corner versus the other functions. And there's a roof overhead, a couple of benches, but also open, so it's not hidden inside the building as well. It's right there off the pedestrian way.
And what are you proposing for lighting?
Probably recessed cans in the ceiling of that space. There's a little recess there. We could do sconces. I mean, we haven't really gotten to that point. What was your thought?
But you're providing lighting in that space?
Yes.
Wall mounted of some way.
And what's the material to the opening to the left? Is that a metal screen?
Yeah, so we have a few areas at the base in the stone where we have a steel cable metal screen, and there are some areas on the west side where we have vegetation vines able to grow up those screens, and so it's taking that cable screen to the north side as well.
So it's a cable screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else here to testify, please come to the stand. State your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Nancy Allen, and I'm a resident at 3116 West Lake Street. I live at the Loop Calhoun condominiums, and it's right across the street from this gas station. I am here representing myself and maybe a few others that were not able to come, to tell you that I think from 2.5 floors to 10 means everybody in my building that is facing the lake will lose their view. There is a new construction going on to the west side of me, and there is a construction that's just been finished on the east side of me. And each of these buildings are going to be, one is already completed at 8 stories, and the other one is going to be sort of 9 stories. The whole point is that I moved into the Lake Calhoun area 5 years ago, and there were views. Everybody's views are now being blocked by these tall, tall buildings. And the whole idea of living around the lake is to have a view of the lake. And this particular hotel condominium would absolutely block the view of my building, and I think the building next door. This is a fairly small square foot location that this tall building is going to be on, and to say nothing of the view, I can't imagine what the traffic is going to be like. You have Excelsior and Lake Street converging at this corner, and there is already so much more traffic due to the construction that's all along on the north side of Lake Calhoun. So I just can't believe that they are asking from 2.5 stories to 10. So I'm very much opposed to this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ask the next testifier to please come to the stand. State your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Ashley Deline and live at 3116 Westlake Street.
I'm Ryan Fisher at 3116 Westlake Street as well.
We just want to echo basically what Nancy just said about the views and also really speak to the flow of traffic. What's going to happen? We have 3 huge buildings coming up, all in that small space. I don't know if you've taken a trip down Lake Street at any time of the day on that strip. It's right now it's backed up, so I can't imagine what 3 huge buildings are going to add.
Since they put in the building next door, the Foundry, our traffic has basically been rerouted so that once we go out of our parking, we can only turn right now. Even right now, people are still turning left illegally just because there's no way to make a turnaround to go in that other direction. So right now, we're just getting blocked. We can't get out of our driveway, and so that's a big concern, especially with a larger building being built next door that's not even completed yet. So we're not even experiencing the traffic of that right now. And then the biggest thing is just the views, losing the views. I mean, thinking about how many residents, I don't know, what do we have, 200, 250 residents that are going to be losing their views to a building that contains 100 units. So you've got to be concerned about the footprint and the blocked airspace of that. If there's a way to narrow it down, if they are going taller, narrow it down to a smaller sliver and make sure that those views are respected. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here wishing to testify? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing on item 9. Commissioners, we have 4 applications before us. Is there any discussion, or would somebody like to start us off with a motion? Commissioner Cogill.
I'll move to approve the conditional use permit with the one stated condition.
We have a motion to approve the conditional use permit with one stated condition. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any discussion?
I'll say a couple words just about the height. I mean, as we know, this is going to be a major already is a transit corridor, going to be much more of one once the light rail comes in. While this isn't in my park board district, it is adjacent to it, and especially with Bede Makaska, I am welcoming the new tenants and folks that are going to be able to enjoy the lake. As far as the issue of the views, I think that the adjacency to the lake is more about the experience of walking around it and being in the park, and I don't think it's within the scope of what we're considering here today. So excited to support this.
Peter, could I ask you before we vote just to clarify what our authority is around views?
The city does not have policy that protects views from private property. There are some considerations in the site plan review ordinance about views to and from landmarks and significant open spaces, but those are primarily from the public realm that site plan review would consider.
Very good, thank you. Is there any further discussion on item A? Yes, Commissioner Ellison.
Okay, thank you. We heard and we got a couple notes about congestion and traffic, and so I saw the bus shelter. Anything supporting pedestrian bike riding?
I probably should have mentioned this in my presentation, but Hennepin County is undertaking a reconstruction of the intersection of West Lake Street and Excelsior, and the applicant is going to be working in conjunction with that project to implement a significant amount of new pedestrian infrastructure that will ideally improve the pedestrian safety at that corner. And will also alter the traffic flow such that there will be, I believe, improved functionality there for future vehicle and pedestrian users. I don't have details about that project. It's not a City of Minneapolis project, but the applicant will also be maintaining a significant amount of new enhanced landscaping in the public realm, in the public right-of-way at that location. And as far as traffic goes, the applicant has undertaken a travel demand management plan that is included in your packets. The plan did show that with the addition of this new density, that all intersections would be functioning within acceptable parameters.
Commissioners, any further questions, discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit with the one stated condition, item A. Commissioners, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Next, we have items B, C, and D. Commissioners, are there, does anybody like to start us off with a motion on any of those?
I'll move item B to approve the variance to increase the maximum floor area ratio from 3.78 to 4.57. I move to approve the variance to increase the maximum FAR.
Very good. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Next, we have variance to decrease minimum loading requirement, item C, and site plan review. Would anybody like to?
I move to approve that variance.
Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Last, we have item D, site plan review with the 6 stated conditions. Commissioners, is there any discussion, or would somebody like to start us off with a motion?
I will move to approve site plan review with the 6 stated conditions.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. That concludes item number 9. We will now move on to item number 12. The Heritage Landing parking ramp at 24 2nd Avenue North and 90 Hennepin Avenue in Ward 3. We have 3 applications before us, and just so I get a sense of the room, how many people are here to testify on this item? Item number 12. A fair number of people. Okay. I would just ask everyone to keep in mind the fact that others are wishing to testify after you, and keep your testimony concise. Lindsay, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Commissioners. The project before you is the Heritage Landing parking ramp, which is at 24 2nd Avenue North and 90 Hennepin Avenue. This is a site that includes an existing surface parking lot and the Federal Reserve Bank campus. The site is about 12.5 acres in size. The applicant has proposed to construct a new 5-story parking structure with 790 parking stalls. The existing zoning on the site is C3A, and that requires a conditional use permit to establish a new principal parking facility. A portion of the site is located in the Shoreland Overlay District, and so that requires a conditional use permit to increase the height, and then site plan review. As you can see in the attached site plan, the parking structure is kind of long and oriented lengthwise along the Cedar Lake Trail. The access would be off of, it's a bit of an odd site, but the access would be off of the cul-de-sac where 2nd Avenue North ends. The applicant has proposed a new 2-acre open green space. If you're familiar with the site, it currently has an open space that is not publicly accessible. The applicant has proposed to expand that open space to include a plaza and to have that be publicly accessible with some pedestrian and trail improvements to connect to the river. This is the site, and we'll be oriented on campus. And here are the elevations. The main exterior materials are brick, stone, perforated metal panel, and concrete and glass. So staff is recommending denial of all applications, and that primarily hinges on the site plan review requests for alternative compliance that this project would require, which include building placement. It's not located close to the public street. The principal entrance is set like 200 feet away from the public street. Is not clearly defined. Visual interest. This structure includes a lot of long blank walls, including walls that are facing the Cedar Lake Trail, which is a major pedestrian bicycle trail. Exterior materials, which exceed more than 3 windows, as there are very few windows proposed on the structure. Ground floor active functions are not there. Besides a very small mail receiving area, which is located on the south side of the building, there are no active functions proposed in the structure except for stairways. In 2017, the City of Minneapolis adopted new parking garage standards that require not only active uses on the ground floor, but active uses on all floors above the first. This project is not complying with those newly adopted standards. General landscaping and screening is sufficient on shrubs, although there are a significant number of native perennials proposed. And then crime prevention through environmental design. Staff has concerns that the proposed orientation of the parking structure on site would potentially create kind of a tunnel effect on the Cedar Lake Trail, and it would also shadow that trail at all times, and then also has blank walls facing that important pedestrian bicycle connection. And staff did receive a letter from the park board with similar concerns with that one item. So this area is in the North Loop Small Area, within the area covered by the North Loop Small Area Plan, and while there aren't any specific, there's no specific guidance tied to this site itself or to parking garages in general. The general guidance for the North Loop is a preference for mid to high density mixed-use developments, increasing overall neighborhood density, encouraging infrastructure to support public transit, cycling, and walking, to either have structured parking below or enclosed within developments, and to enhance pedestrian-friendly streetscapes. And staff finds that the proposed parking structure is not supporting those small area plan goals. So staff has recommended denial of both conditional use permits and the site plan review, and I will stand for questions.
Commissioners, are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing and ask the applicant to come forward initially. Please state your names and addresses for the record.
That advances the slides forward and back. Forward and back.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. I'm Dwayne Carter, Senior Vice President at the Federal Reserve Bank, and leading the bank's Heritage Landing Ramp project in green space. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to discuss our land use application. We have our entire team here today. This evening, in the event there are questions that you might have for the individuals. I did pass out a fact sheet because I think it's really important to see what some of the facts are in terms of the work that we're doing here and as it relates to the project. I want to also introduce the folks that are here. We have Jim Davey, who's our architect and design, BWBR, and he'll be talking a little bit later. Bryant Fisek from Spec Consulting. He's the traffic demand study person, and he'll be able to answer any questions related to that. We have Carol Lansing from Fagery, Baker & Daniels, and she'll be talking about how this project does, in our estimation, comply. We have Derek Hansen from Mortensen, who is a construction firm. Charlene Royce from Hess Royce, she did all the work in terms of historical site evaluation. We also have Jeremy Nenau from Nenau Cultural Consultants, and he can answer any questions related to the archaeologist work that we've done. We have Jackie Cherry Holmes, who has been helping us with this project. And then we have Steve, the acoustics expert, in case there's any questions about the sound. This evening, we plan to provide an overview of the Federal Reserve Bank, who we are, what work we do. We also want to talk about the parking needs, the evaluation of alternate parking options within the neighborhood, our community engagement and our outreach, and our collaboration support of the parking ramp and design. And we also will address the issues that have been pointed out today in terms of how we think we're complying with that. After my opening remarks, Jim Davey will provide that overview, including the design, the landscaping, and green space. Again, Bryant Fisek will talk about the traffic study, answer any questions that you have there, and point out some things that are really important. And then again, Carol Lansing will finish up. The picture you see right there is a depiction of our entire campus. A lot of times when you look at the Federal Reserve Bank, people focus on the tower. But as you can see, our campus is quite expansive in terms of its spreading across our land, our property. In addition to that, when we talk about this Heritage Landing parking ramp, it really is an expansion of our campus, and the design actually blends in. We're the largest employer in the North Loop with over 1,200 employees that reside all across Minnesota and Wisconsin. The bank's dual mandate is to promote price stability and also maximum employment. In addition to our monetary control policies, we also regulate financial institutions for safety and soundness. We also have our operations. The bank's public outreach and community development area, we focus on convening groups and bringing them in and using our facilities. We provide research support. In addition to that, without availability of parking, we simply cannot host events. Furthermore, our community development department does not give grants or loans. Basically what we do is we provide our facilities. We provide our intellectual expertise in terms of the economists that we have that work for our organization. The bank is not at liberty to spend money that is not a part of our mandate. The bank does not receive appropriations from the federal government. The bank generates its revenues from its services. And the revenues that are in excess of our expenses are given to the United States Treasury each year. And hopefully, it lowers the tax burden for all of us. In late 2016, we were contacted by the Hennepin County Regional Railroad Authority about our interest in purchasing the Heritage Landing lot. They were willing to sell it to us sole source, given our relationship in the community. Before we made that decision, we knew we needed to do our due diligence. When we moved into that space in 1997, there were over 3,000 parking spaces available on the streets, in the lots, in the neighborhoods. By 2017, there were less than 300, and they were all over at different ramps. 15 in one place, 20 here, 10 here. So as we decided, we wanted to still do further research before we made the decision to purchase that property. We understood that these market changes were affecting our ability to attract and retain the talented workforce. In addition to that, we knew this would start to hinder the bank's ability to host external and community development and outreach events, such as town halls, conferences, education, and symposiums. As the largest employer, we began to look for the options. We contracted with a real estate firm to search for available leasing parking spaces within a quarter-mile of the bank, which included long-term leasing, buying existing rents. We soon learned that other employers in the North Loop were doing the exact same thing because of their trying to attract employees and also the challenge they were having with visitors. There were no parking ramps or surface lots interested in long-term leasing. They weren't even willing to sell their parking ramp. We contacted the United States Post Office, which is right across the street from us, and asked could our employees park there. They said no. And the reason they wouldn't allow us to park there is because of security concerns. So after exhausting all of the options that were available, it left us with one option. That was to buy the Heritage Landing property from the Hennepin County Regional Authority and build a parking ramp for employees. That purchase was completed in 2018. I want to talk specifically about us hosting events and visitors. In 2018, we had over 350 events, 8,400 people come to the Federal Reserve Bank. They came for events like American Indian Housing Symposium, Immigrant Refugee Forum, Innovations in Early Childhood Development, and K-12 education. During this year's Open Door Minneapolis event, which took place May 18th and 19th for 2 days, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., the bank had nearly 6,000 visitors. According to the mayor's office, the bank took first place in the number of visits for that event. I heard people talk about the Federal Reserve Bank and our security. What you're looking at is a picture of what we do. And we have been deliberate to not talk about the work of what we do. You're looking at a container of $100 notes. Just in that container alone, it represents $36 million. We process $40 to $50 million each and every day. We are the bank's bank. We are the distribution for the United States Mint for coin, and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing for currency. In addition to that, we process currency for financial institutions and we pay it out. We actually destroy worn and torn notes. We're the only ones that can do that without a financial consequence. We remove counterfeit notes from circulation, and we store coin and currency in our vault for recirculation. That's who we are. That's what we do. And we have a lot of money in our vault. We're the guardian of the people's trust and treasure. And the work that we do is extremely important. And we do it with the highest level of ethics. When I think about security, less than a year ago, during the Minneapolis Aquatennial celebration on July 21st, 2018, an individual shot at our bank, and 3 slugs hit the bank. One hit the 7th floor glass, and underneath that were people standing to watch fireworks and Federal Reserve Bank police. The folks that are protecting the Federal Reserve Bank in that neighborhood are not corporate security. They're police officers, and they're responding each and every night, and you'd be proud of the work that they do. Every year, they save people who jump off that bridge into the river. The Minneapolis Police Department and the other law enforcement agencies in the Minneapolis or in Minnesota have a strong relationship with us, and we serve them each and every day. And I can tell you without any hesitation, that is one of the safest blocks in Minneapolis. We are looking and out there each and every night. And if we were to build a ramp, if we're successful, there will be no doubt in terms of what kind of security that will be there, and there will be no doubt how quickly we will respond. We do it every single day. I think about the brave men and women and the things that they have to face out there each day. And I worry about the challenges. I worry about the challenges of where we're going and what we're trying to do in the Minneapolis area. But we're going to continue to protect that block. That's our responsibility, and that's what we do. If you ever walk by the Federal Reserve Bank anytime during the day, you'll see neighbors coming together on our lawn with their dogs, interacting with the neighborhood. During the summer months and spring, our back prairie is open, and we invite the community in. We've been good neighbors, and from the time we started, we were committed to continuing to be good neighbors. Our community engagement began well over a year ago, and tonight you're going to hear from a lot of people, those for and those against. We think it's important to listen to everyone, because I think you can find information in agreement as well as disagreement. The proposed design is a collaboration effort of the North Loop Neighborhood Association. It also includes residents of the North Loop, those that are probably most impacted by the proposed ramp that we're talking about building. They basically have supported us. They helped us in terms of the design. I've been in their homes and I looked at what angles that we came up with, and I'll talk about why we picked those locations. Some folks will say, why is it not closer to your bank? Because we recognize if we were to build that ramp closer to our bank, not only would we block the viewing corridors, but we could never make that available to the public. In addition to the residents in the North Loop, the business owners in the neighborhood, we've been fully engaged with them since the beginning, and they've shared their comments, they shared their input. We work with city officials. The suggestions and ideas have been very helpful. In addition to that, we talked to the CAL at one point, and they shared their ideas and their thoughts, and we're going to talk about how they were incorporated into this design. There's people and organizations that have explicitly supported us with letters of support, starting with the residents of the 212 lofts, the North Loop Neighborhood Association, and that represents the residents in the North Loop, the local businesses from the Bachelor Farmer, Aria, Cato No Meese, Spoon and Stable, Muse Event Center, Cooks of Crocus Hill, the Minneapolis Downtown Council, and Minneapolis Downtown Improvement District, the New Loop Partners, the Warehouse District Business Association. We've got broad and deep support. In addition, I want to talk about something else because I think it's important. People have asked the question about alternative transportation. It's one thing to say we support alternative transportation. It's another to demonstrate it with your treasure. The bank has a generous transit subsidy. According to the Metro Transit, it is 65%. The average is 65%. The bank is at 66% and has been for quite some time. In addition, the bank has encouraged and coordinated employee carpooling for many years. Additionally, the bank currently has over 100 bicycle stalls located within our secure facility. And what you're going to look at is this picture, which I think is important. Back in 2010, to complete that Cedar Lake bike trail, the city needed the Federal Reserve Bank to give an easement on its property. And we recognized how close that would come to our building and our security. But we recognize the importance of completing the bike trail to the river. The bank provides the easement to the city of Minneapolis, which you see in blue on that map. In 2018, the city of Minneapolis had a permit agreement with the Hennepin County Regional Railroad Authority. And to protect the trail in the future, regardless of what type of development that may take place on the site, the Federal Reserve Bank gave the city of Minneapolis an easement, which is in green on that picture, in the trail picture. Today, in the proposed Heritage Landing parking ramp and green space development, we would curve that bike path to increase pedestrian safety, cyclist safety, which you see in yellow. I want to be clear, where we could, we did. Where people asked us to do things differently, including putting a roof on top of a parking ramp that's going to cost us $2.6 million. Everywhere we could comply, we did. So I want to talk about what we heard from the CAL on January 31st. They talked about the width of the ramp. Shortly, Jim Davey will talk about how we actually made it a little more narrow for safety. We added more stone to enhance the facade of the back side. That was a concern. There was comments about solar ready, electric vehicle charging stations, evaluate safety to bike and pedestrian crosswalk at the West River Parkway, massing and size of the parking ramp. We want to ensure, again, the viewing corridors were clear, the space between adjacent buildings, If you look at the adjacent building, the building that's closest to us, the one that no matter what, their view was going to be altered. They support this ramp. Again, it was about security in terms of how can we ensure if we're going to have the public using that parking ramp that we're not going to be at a point one day that we have to come back and say, there's a lot of issues. So we needed that distance, that standoff distance. Climate control. As I talked about, this ramp is solar ready. It has ample electric charging stations. It's convertible. We have convertibility. The ramp will be built for conversion in order to accommodate the evolving needs and the goals of the surrounding neighborhood of the city. Specifically, we increase the floor-to-ceiling height and meet other structural enhancements to support alternative use of the structure in the future if demand changes. We recognize if demand changes, the Federal Reserve will not own that ramp, but whoever would buy it would be able to convert it. Let's talk about the green space enhancements. The design also includes a bike repair station. That was a suggestion from the North Loop Neighborhood Association. Publicly accessible green space year-round. Today, as it relates to the green space that's in our prairie, it's only open during the summer and spring. A plaza that will activate the riverfront. Public parking. The vast majority of the parking spaces will be available to the North Loop neighborhood in the evenings and the weekends. And daily options will be offered, which includes, based on what we've heard from people in the city, in the community that we're concerned, that we're here to say that we're going to make 100 public parking spaces available during the business hours on any given day. This ramp is designed with the future in mind. There are 300 parking spaces in the Heritage Landing surface lot today. So the proposed 800 parking spaces in the ramp is really a net of 500 spaces. That's what we're talking about. This parking will not only offer parking for employees who are currently in surface lots, but it will also move those that are not using the lot into this new ramp. Therefore, we're freeing up parking spaces in other parking ramps to help better serve the needs of the North Loop neighborhood and downtown community. At the end of the day, the proposed Federal Reserve Bank Heritage Landing ramp and green space helps to meet the goal of the city by eliminating surface parking lots in the downtown Minneapolis area. The parking structure is also in alignment with the Park Board's Minneapolis plan. On balance, we believe what we're offering will be a wonderful amenity to the North Loop by increasing bike and pedestrian safety, by activating the riverfront, by adding more green space, and by finding a solution to this public parking challenge, or parking in the North Loop, that many of us are trying to address. With that said, I'm going to turn it over to Jim Davey.
One moment, please. We have a question for Speaker.
Sure, just a quick question. You said there were 6,000 people visited during the open doors?
Yes, 6,000 people.
Well, that's great. I also just, where did they park?
We made our Heritage Landing a lot available to them and allowed them to park.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
I'm Jim Davey with BWBR Architects, representing the project. Dwayne did a great job of providing an outline. I'd just like to go into a little bit more detail about how we ended up where we're at and how that either meets or doesn't meet all the city requirements. The site is a unique site in itself, and we consider it an extension of the campus itself. So it is the western terminus of the Federal Reserve Bank campus. With that said, it is part of the architecture and part of the activity of what happens on that campus. Now, what makes this site unique in itself is that it's almost an island. There's virtually no street frontage that touches this site other than the intersection of Azine Way and 2nd Street. So the idea of putting front doors and the front of the building on the street becomes a challenge. In fact, it would be a challenge for any project type to meet those guidelines. Those guidelines are probably set up more for a typical urban planning situation where you've got streets that you can address and join and other elements. And so the site itself is fairly isolated. It is surrounded by bike paths as they work their way around to the south, to the west, and to the north. And the West River Parkway is to the north, but that is down depressed about 15 to 20 feet from the site. So that's really somewhat disconnected from the site. And then on the east side is the Federal Reserve Bank buildings themselves. So our challenge was, how do we come up with a unique solution to a unique site that benefits not only the Federal Reserve Bank from a parking standpoint, but the neighborhood from a parking standpoint, and providing green open space. So what we did is we had a couple of key elements that we're working at. One was to minimize the footprint and the mass of the ramp. So we looked at multiple options of footprint size. We came up with a narrow footprint and a 5-story high. We looked at multiple options that were larger and shorter and narrower and taller. This one seemed to do a good job of balancing. We then moved it to the west as far as we could, and we did that for a couple of reasons. One is we were trying to maximize the green space, the open space available to the public. Dwayne had mentioned the security concerns about adjacency of a parking ramp to the Federal Reserve Bank. We also wanted to maintain the visual corridor from the North Loop neighborhood in downtown, which is down 2nd Avenue, that completes that visual corridor to the river, in addition to providing pedestrian access from the downtown to the river. So with that in mind, we located the parking structure where it is. We held it south as much as we could for a couple of reasons. One is we were trying to kind of respect the building setbacks of the other Federal Reserve Bank buildings to create this kind of campus feel. And the other was to create a buffer zone between the building and the river itself. So visually, there's a lot of landscaping that kind of buffers that character itself. And you notice that the narrowest part of the ramp is what's facing the river, in addition to what's facing the downtown, the North Loop neighborhood, to try and minimize the amount of impact that has on the site. We also tried to maintain some of the kind of the more historic moves. One is the alley that aligns with Azine Way, and so putting a face of the ramp on that alley to kind of continue to create that alley corridor. The other is the rail corridor that runs along with the bike path. The idea there is that to strengthen the sense of that rail corridor. And it's interesting because staff had spoke about shadowing and creating an unsafe corridor. If you look further south up that same bike trail, there are many situations, in fact some new developments, that do basically the same thing. The difference here is that our, in theory, corridor that we're creating is much wider than everything else in downtown. And so there's a sense of openness to it. It doesn't feel that confining, even though there will be some shadowing on that corridor itself. If we look at the site plan, what we're trying to do is to minimize traffic congestion at that intersection at the ramp. So positioning the ramp to the west allows us our drive lane to be a stacking space. So when there is a lot of traffic, it can stack up on site before it gets onto the public ways, helping to minimize traffic congestion. We're also trying to maximize that amount of green space and give something back to the community. There was a requirement for emergency vehicle access along the east side of the ramp from south to north. We took advantage of that opportunity of that 20-foot wide pathway that was required and created a promenade that really is a public connection between the south and the north part of the site. That directly integrates in with the public open space, and we're hoping that that not only acts as an emergency vehicle access, but acts as a hard surface for other activities that happen. And the Federal Reserve Bank has talked about Food Truck Day, they've talked about art festivals, they've talked about a lot of other activities that would happen there, in addition to the green space lawn itself, which could be is open to the public, and it could be lawn games, dog walking was mentioned, lots of activities that the community could take advantage of. As we go further north along that green space, there's a plaza, and it has two functions. One is it is the actual turnaround for the emergency vehicles that's required. So we decided we'd take advantage of that and create a public plaza or gathering space that'd be a focal point that allow you to gather and look out over the Mississippi River. In addition to that, there is public art that's planned for that space. Relocating the existing sculpture that's on the campus right now, and additional public art that may happen in the future. And then as we reach the bike path to the furthermost north point, there is a pergola and a lookout that is similar to that happens on the east end of campus at the Hennepin and West River Road intersection. So there's a whole series of public events that can happen along this green space. And that was really the intent of this, was a gift back to the community, providing open green space that really doesn't exist in the North Loop right now. And if it does exist, it's disappearing to development. And so that was one of the keys. The other thing that was intended to do was to make the bike trail safer than it currently is. And right now, the intersection at the northwest corner of the site is a 90-degree corner. Dwayne had mentioned the easement that was given to the parks in the city to curve that and create a much safer bike path as it turns the corner. What we've also proposed doing is that currently pedestrians walk on the bike path. There's a sidewalk to the south that ends at the south end of the site, and the pedestrians share the bike path, and it's not a very safe environment. We're providing a pedestrian connection that takes them on the south side of the site and then through the green open space down to the river, so creating a safer connection for pedestrians and for bicyclists, because now it'll be a strictly just a bicycle path as it goes that direction. It's a very simple, straightforward plan. It's 2 bays wide, sloping deck parking. The major vertical circulation piece, elevators and stairs, happen somewhat midway of the building, and it was mentioned in the staff review that really doesn't qualify as an entrance, but this is a unique situation, and what it does do is it gets people down and onto the sidewalk in the most efficient way and provides much visibility for safety standpoint, looking into and out of that vertical circulation core. It allows people to orient themselves, get a great view of downtown and the river, but also is a very safe environment. The architecture is intended to do a couple things. One is to capture the character of the existing Federal Reserve Bank campus of materials. The other one is that it takes a bit more of a traditional approach, and that was part of what we were dealing with when we were working with the HPC. It has a very strong base, middle, and top to it. There are 3 basic materials. Staff has called out 4. We believe that concrete is more of an accent material because it's not very visible. So the basic 3 materials are brick, masonry to match the brick of the Federal Reserve campus, glass in the glass stair towers and vertical circulation core, and then a perforated metal screen, which allows this to be a sustainable ramp from the standpoint that we're not having to mechanically ventilate it. It naturally ventilates itself, and that's why we have an open screen. So there's a base, middle, and a top, and we've broken the scale of it up by expressing some of the interior structure in ways of holding the screening back a little bit, so you start to see more bay approach to it and breaks that scale down. In addition to that, the individual panels themselves, which are about 5 by 12 feet, take on a character of their own, so they help to break up that larger 50-foot span of one continuous material as it works its way through the ramp. There are openings within the masonry that reflect the openings in the existing Federal Reserve Bank buildings. They are not windows, but they are openings that you can see through from the inside out, so they act as windows. They break up the scale and add some character and interest. We heard from the Committee of the Whole that there was a need for a more activated, transparent base to the building, so we've opened that up slightly to allow views in and out and to activate the base. And then the cap of the building itself is fairly unique because parking ramps up to now really didn't have roofs, and so this really forms a building element top to the parking ramp itself. These are some views as we look down the open space, the promenade. One thing that is in the works for the perforated metal screen is the Federal Reserve Bank has commissioned local artists to do some public art within the screening itself, and so we are currently working on that, so that will also activate the screen beyond just the metal screen itself. You can look down and see the plaza, the promenade, another view. We've also located 2 stormwater management areas, one to the north, you can see just north of the ramp, and one to the south. They provide a couple of different functions. One is obviously managing stormwater management, but also softening those edges of the ramp and providing some more interesting landscaping elements. The plaza itself, the green space, is a much more formal type green area surrounded by much more natural environment plantings, and that's kind of the approach. There was a comment from staff about a lack of some shrubbery, and that can be easily accommodated because we have twice as many trees as we need, and so there'd be a trade-off, and that would be easy to accomplish. A view of that green plaza space, you can see the view from the North Loop neighborhood back out, and as we move further back, you can see some of those stormwater management areas, the plaza itself, and the architecture of the ramp, easing corners, providing some interest in that fashion. Looking down at West River Parkway, you can see the parkway itself is depressed 15 to 20 feet at this point, so it is really somewhat separated from the building and site, and the bike path is really what forms the northernmost border to the project. This is at back at Azine Way at the alley, where the bike path really starts to integrate in with downtown, and so the promenade is integrated into that bike path and pedestrian way, so that makes that connection and allows people to flow through to the north into the site and to the river. This is a view of the railroad side, the bike trail side to the west. And what we've done is we've played with the geometry of the ramp slightly to open this up a little bit to kind of reduce some of that corridor effect, set the building back so the shading or shadowing is a little less identified. And you can see that from this image, it's probably not as corridor-like as I think we think it might be. There's still a lot of open space, open back over to the Renaissance on the River folks. And we're also assuming that they are providing some eyes on this bike path too to make it safe. But the Federal Reserve has such a great safety program, we don't believe that either side of the ramp, either east or west, is going to have safety concerns. Just some overall massing views to see how it integrates into the urban environment. This is just the last slide that kind of shows that whole trail and shadow concept and where there are some existing conditions which are similar to what we are creating, even though I think we are providing a little bit more open space, but that does exist, and bikers and people work with that. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
So now we have Bryant, if I check the CDMP discussion.
Very good. And since we've heard from two testifiers so far from the Fed, I'll ask you to keep it brief.
Yeah, no problem. So I'm Bryant Fisek with SPAC Consulting. We're a transportation and traffic consulting firm here in Minneapolis. And just to build on a few things, as you said, I'll keep it brief. Our part in this project is to evaluate the traffic impacts of the proposed ramp. And we counted and analyzed the peak hours, AM and PM peaks. Those are typically the highest concentrations for traffic operations. Those are the ones we want to focus on. Our study determined that redirected traffic to this area will increase the local volumes in there. So it's important to note that this is not all new traffic coming to the area. This is redirected from other areas, localized increases. This does, like I said, represent an increase, and with that, there are some operational issues that we found. As part of that, we then went on to find mitigation for that, and we think with our mitigation, operations will remain as good or better as they are today, even with the increase in those volumes. We then worked with them to develop additional strategies. They talked about some of their strategies beyond parking, beyond vehicles. We worked with them for additional strategies to build into their campus. Some of those items are public bike parking, the bicycle repair station, electrical vehicle parking, so those elements that they talked about already. Also, we talked about the trail, kind of don't need to mention that again. Then our TDMP, the draft TDMP, was reviewed by Public Works. It was generally accepted. They had some comments which focused on turning our recommendations into firm commitments, explicit commitments, and we're in the process of doing that. So I'll end with that, but I'm happy to come back and answer any questions.
Thank you very much.
And one more, Carol.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carol Lansing, Faegre Baker Daniels. I'm going to review the required findings for the CUPs and site plan review. The CUPs for the parking facility and the height, the general 6 standards are essentially the same in staff's analysis, so I'm for both applications, so I'll address them together as well. In finding number 1, the staff doesn't really find that the parking ramp will be detrimental to public health and safety, but they note that it needs several exceptions to site plan standards, and so I'm going to postpone talking about site plan standards a little bit to address that. The parking facility will comply with all building codes, life safety codes, and will not be detrimental to public health and safety. We, of course, concur with staff's findings in number 2 and 3 that those findings are met regarding not being injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the vicinity and having adequate utilities and other facilities. I will say that we believe strongly that this parking ramp, its design, its function, and the open space that is part of the project because of it will actually promote the orderly development of this neighborhood by providing needed parking resources, but also this beautiful, large, multifunctional, publicly accessible open space. Finding 4 relates to traffic, and Bryant addressed that the traffic study and the mitigation measures will ensure that there will not be a detrimental traffic congestion impacts, and in fact it could be improved, at least as good. The staff discussion under this finding talks about that there isn't information proving that the existing parking supply is less than the actual parking demand of the bank. That is not information or finding that is required in a TDMP or for a CUP. You don't have to show that it's needed. When you need a variance, you maybe need to show that it's not needed, but we do not have to, as an applicant, show you that, prove that it is needed. That said, Dwayne described the bank's research and efforts and that led them to make the reason they are investing in a very expensive but important project is that they, in their experience, know that there is a shortage of parking. To provide some additional context, though, on parking, with the construction of the parking ramp, there will be 1,070 parking spaces on site in the existing building and in this ramp. That is a third of what the maximum would allow. So by the city's parking standards of min and max, this is not approaching maximum and is not overbuilding. Finding number 5 relates to comprehensive plan. And we disagree with the staff's conclusion that this project does not meet the findings that they cite, or the policies that they cite. Policy 1.1, Land Use Policy 1.1, directs the city to establish land use regulations, so a project cannot be in or out of compliance with the city's obligation to establish standards. Land Use Policy 1.2 seeks to ensure appropriate transitions, quality design, and compatibility with the surrounding context. The proposed design achieves those goals. As Jim described, the ramp, and as staff described, the ramp will be set back significantly from surrounding uses. It's very highly designed. It's compatible in design with the existing bank building, and it's similar in height to the nearest warehouse district building along Washington. Land Use Policy 1.3 will also, with respect to that, be in compliance. The site plan does provide for safe, convenient, and direct pedestrian connections to the public sidewalk. It will include improvements to bike facilities and bike amenities in the area and connections. And there is also a commitment in the TDMP to add bike storage in the ramp itself and a separate bike access to the ramp. Finally, with respect to Land Use Policy 1.7, replacing a surface parking lot with a parking structure in an off-the-grid location like this currently is will not have a negative impact on the form and character of the neighborhood. To the contrary, again, we believe that both the ramp and the open space will enhance that character. We believe the ramp design does reflect traditional urban form and will have no negative impact on the pedestrian realm. Our submission identifies several other policies not noted in the staff report that we believe are promoted by the project. The North Loop Plan generally guides the neighborhood for mixed-use development, but does not specifically identify this site or any site as mixed use here or something else there. We are in compliance with the general guidance for development intensity A, which is 2 to 6 stories. This is 5 stories. And most importantly, this project does promote a very important goal of the North Loop Small Area Plan to create more publicly accessible open space. And that plan recognizes that the best chance of having that happen is in conjunction with private development and at the private developer's cost. And that is what's happening here. We do need an increased height in a shoreland overlay. That wasn't discussed much. The staff report notes only a small part of this building is in the shoreland overlay, and the rest can be the 5 stories that it is. The impacts visual from the shoreland is mitigated by its setback, by the landscaping, by the design. So site plan review, which is the crux of staff's concerns, as Lindsay said to you at the outset. Jim discussed how the design, the intent of the design, what it is, and how it responds to many of those those standards. Alternative compliance is allowed for a purpose because it is not possible, it's not expected that every project can fit neatly into those standards. And alternative compliance should be allowed in those conditions, and it should consider mitigating site amenities, of which this has many, the specific context of the area, and practical realities. And there is a very relevant and recent comparison that needs to be made to the Wells Fargo parking ramp expansion that was approved by the city and recommended for approval by staff in 2018 on their home mortgage campus. The Wells Fargo project, that there's simply too many similarities to justify a differing treatment where staff recommended and the commission approved that ramp for the alternative compliance it needed and is recommending denial here. The Wells Fargo project replaced a surface parking lot with a 6-story parking structure adjacent to an existing ramp on its campus and adjacent to a bike trail. And the Fed is replacing a surface parking lot with a parking structure also adjacent to a trail. Both campuses where they're placing these parking ramps are kind of dead-end locations, not a traditional commercial street front where you have concerns about maintaining a storefront type character and active uses. The Fed site has even less of a true street frontage, public street frontage, than the Wells Fargo ramp location did. Wells Fargo was granted alternative compliance for building placement greater than 8 feet from the street. It was over 28 feet, not as large as here, but they also were not providing a public plaza in that gap. They needed alternative compliance for visual interest for blank walls, for lack of windows because it's not a fully enclosed structure, as the Fed ramp will not be, for having no ground floor active functions, for having no active functions facing the street on the upper floors, and for lack of screening from both the public right-of-way and from above. So this project is much more highly designed and attractive, and it qualifies for that alternative compliance to a greater extent, I believe, than the Wells Fargo project, or at least as much. I will say that this site will have more pedestrian realm activity than the Wells Fargo site, but it's creating that pedestrian realm through the open, public plaza. So, and again, the Wells Fargo, when it was all built out, has 4,296 parking spaces, which is 79% of the maximum it would be allowed. And again, the Fed is only going to have 34% at build out. So in conclusion, we believe the project meets the findings for all of the applications, warrants alternative compliance from site plan review standards, and that both the facts and the law support approval of these applications. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is that the last of the applicants' lineup? Yes. All right, very good. I'd ask members of the public who wish to testify to please come to the microphone, state your name and address for the record. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's two. There we go.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, go ahead. Hello, my name is Joanne Boris, and I live at 61 4th Avenue North, Unit 102, in an 87-unit development known as Renaissance on the River. I'm here today to speak in opposition to the Federal Reserve Bank's Heritage Landing parking ramp. I know there are many in this room who are here for the same reason. Will everyone who opposes this application please stand? And for those who are already standing, or for everyone who's in opposition, please stand and raise your arm. Thank you. Everyone, please be seated. My involvement to help the ramp began after attending the bank's presentation to the Heritage Preservation Commission. I learned that the bank had at that time been engaged with other North Loop neighbors and businesses for nearly a year. The first opportunity for a substantial number of Renaissance on the River residents to meet with bank representatives was 8 days prior to the second Heritage Preservation Commission hearing. Since then, we have worked to educate and engage our neighbors in the community. Most initially knew little, if anything, about it. The bank planners call their property an island and a dead-end location. We say it's our neighborhood. As noted in our Halt the Ramp report submitted with the CPED staff report, the public is not in support of this project. In addition to the 289 citizens who signed our petition opposing the ramp, over 145 individual letters of opposition were submitted to the city planner. There are 25 additional petition signatures and 8 letters gathered since July 1st. We are joined by other organizations, including Friends of the Mississippi River, the Sierra Club, Neighbors for More Neighbors, Our Streets, and the Alliance. All have written letters of opposition to the ramp because it is injurious to the general welfare of the public. While each organization has a different focus, we are united in our opposition to this proposal. As you can see on the screen, this proposal, in our opinion, violates Code 525.340, number 1, which states that granting a conditional use permit will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. I feel that building an 800-car parking ramp on the Mississippi riverfront in the heart of downtown Minneapolis in 2019 is simply wrong. Please deny this application. When are we going to change, if not now? Thank you. Now I'd like to call on Tom Mallon to present.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Tom Mallon. My wife and I live at 49-101. 4th Avenue North. My career has been in computer development, and as a development engineer and director, I've been fortunate to live and work on a global basis. So I continue to follow those cities and countries that I visited, what they're doing on congestion, what they're doing on livability, what they're doing on safety. And I have some comments to oppose the conditional use permit. Let me talk about the first one, which is public health. From a congestion standpoint, because this traffic will move very slow, going in and out, according to the TDMP, congestion generates greenhouse gas. There's a lot of research done on how much gas you get when traffic moves slow. And our calculations are it's about 177 tons of greenhouse gas per year for the life of this project, for as long as it uses fossil fuel transport. I think the safety aspects of adding 1,345 incremental trips into this community will be a safety hazard for pedestrians. It will certainly be a safety hazard for bikes, because there is no bike trail at all on 1st Street North. So it is sharing the car lane. I do want to talk on a personal level about safety. Presentation from Dr. Carter tonight reinforced what he said at our first and only meeting with the bank, which was about 5-6 weeks ago. And the statement was made there that the parking ramp had to be as far away as possible from the bank for security reasons. Having been born in Ireland, grown up in Belfast, I am intimately familiar with security and the kinds of threats that security can bring. The problem I have with the bank's decision is to move to the far end of the parking ramp, makes it next door to our community. Some of us are 100, 105 feet from that parking ramp. So that risk, no matter how well monitored it is, how many bright, intelligent policemen look after it, that risk is with us for the life of this project, so the next 30 to 50 years. And because it's a public project, it is always a soft target. I wanted to switch to talk about the TDMP. Go one more. One more. Oh, good. We worked a lot on this chart. This is all data from the TDMP. That's dated January, I think, 19th. Excellent report, just excellent. Lots of good data. But what it shows is, in a very dense area, over a 300% increase in traffic. And for those of us that live in this neighborhood, that 1st Street North, 2nd Avenue, 1st Avenue, 3rd Avenue are bottlenecks. They're bottlenecks in rush hour in the morning, they're bottlenecks in rush hour at night. And so every time that traffic slows and cars can't move, vehicles can't move, it generates greenhouse gas. We only calculated the amount of greenhouse gas generated by the data that is in the TDMP. So that 1,345 trips is what we're talking about in terms of 177 tons of greenhouse gas per year. It doesn't include the rest of the traffic. It also doesn't include the traffic, the additional parking ramp numbers that were shared with us tonight, which is another 229 that come in over the 1st Street North, all of which is additional traffic and generation of congestion. I think I've talked about the safety. Living in that area.
I'll let you remember we have a full room here. Too,
okay. So a broader study, in our opinion, a broader study of the broader area might generate more information going forward, and therefore that's the reason why I oppose this conjecture. And you can see on our graphics what that broader area would look like. I know it's not the Planning Commission's prerogative to initiate that, but it might be a very useful exercise for the city to undertake. So, thank you. I'll hand over to Nancy.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address for the record.
I'll be brief. My name is Nancy Gardner. I live at 61 4th Avenue North, unit number 103. And I initially opposed the current ramp design because it's 100 feet from my bedroom window, and it will block my view of downtown Minneapolis skyline. But since then, I've found more reasons to halt this ramp, ones that have serious implications. And I've reviewed the comprehensive plan, the shoreland overlay district regulations, and the two area plans for the Mississippi River. In our report, which we included in the CDP report, we specified those regulations for which the ramp proposal is in violation or out of compliance. And don't worry, I won't read our report to you. Going back to the 529-340 code, it states that the conditional use will not be injurious to the use and enjoyment of other property in the vicinity. I wanted to show you the scale of the ramp compared to surrounding buildings and residences. You can see that the massive size and scale dwarfs neighborhood residences and our historical buildings in the area. Another point to make, this is before and after to show you how the negative effect of the ramp will have on the enjoyment of nearby property. It may also impact property values because of the loss of the view. Item number 6 of the 529-3040 code states that conditional use shall conform to the applicable regulations. The Shoreland Overlay District is almost a third, the building is in almost a third of that district. And it states that those Shoreland Overlay District provisions will govern when there's a conflicting primary zoning district preservation provision. The ramp is in direct conflict with the Shoreland Overlay District provisions. We reviewed one final document, and that's the 2040 plan, approved by forward-thinking leaders of Minneapolis. The plan has widespread support of your constituents. The people we talked to embrace the plan goals of reducing greenhouse gases by 80% and the number of car trips in Minneapolis by 37% by the year 2030. Building this private parking ramp flies in the face of these goals. I ask you, act to support the 2040 plan goals. Enforce the required findings of Code 525-3040. Prevent the addition of 177 tons of greenhouse gas per year into our atmosphere, protecting the environment, the Mississippi River, the people who live near the Federal Reserve Bank. Please don't fix the transportation problems in Minneapolis and the parking problems in North Loop with this parking ramp. No amount of trees and flowers, and they're lovely, can undo the harm this ramp will cause. So we're asking you to deny approval of the proposal so that the City of Minneapolis, the leaders and the citizens, along with the Federal Reserve, can work together to determine what is truly in the best interest of the city, its citizens, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step up to the podium. State your name and address for the record.
Dan Collison, 81 South 9th Street, 55402. Chairman Rockwell and members of the Planning Commission. As the Executive Director of New Loop Partners and Director of the Downtown Partnerships for the Minneapolis Downtown Council, I'm here to support the proposed Heritage Landing parking ramp and green space plan proposed by the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. I do so representing myself and the support of the North Loop Neighborhood Association, the Warehouse District Business Association's approval of these projects, as well as a majority of the businesses and property owners in the greater North Loop area that have given me feedback over the last 2 years regarding immense parking and access pressures that need immediate solutions. I fully understand that urban planners face the dilemmas and complexities that urban planners face when determining approvals of projects like this, while aspiring toward the city's new comprehensive plan and goals of 80% carbon emissions reduction by 2050. And while reaching for a better future with more electric, car share, and autonomous vehicles, vastly improved micro-transit options, as well as more flexible and far-reaching public transportation options. New Loop Partners continues to promote and advance every one of those priorities, especially amongst the growing businesses in the marketplace of the greater North Loop area. I personally committed to promoting the city's vision and bold environmental goals to see those goals as both good ethics and good business. Additionally, I seek to continually reduce my personal carbon footprint by being a daily and year-round bicycle commuter, using public transit as an assist and only rarely car share programs. I'm also married to a spouse who requires our family hybrid car for commuting because of physical limitations. And I believe it is necessary to listen to the real needs of our city businesses that provide excellent jobs and wages, and who listen to the needs of their employees who must also use vehicular transit along with other modal options because of circumstances out of their control, and until we reach a future with more accessible and affordable options for our employee base and our residents as well. Philosophically, and I'll wrap up, I see the Heritage Landing parking ramp and new green space as a critical, important bridge project. Yes, it will solve some immediate parking pressures, leading to a more prosperous mixed-use marketplace and neighborhood on the north edge of downtown. But even more, it will bridge to a more holistic future because of what the Federal Reserve of Minneapolis has given in special time, attention, and resources to the environmental concerns of electric charging stations, the possibility of a ceiling with solar panels, a convertible structure to adapt to long-term transit systems changes, and transforming a large segment of the currently flat surface parking space to desperately needed public green space. And so in that spirit, I propose that we move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next testifier, please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Conrad Zibikowski, 15 South 1st Street, across the street from the Federal Reserve campus. I don't have any prepared remarks, but I do have a couple of facts that I think that we all know, but that should be stated for the record. The first fact is, fact number 1, if the Federal Reserve did not have control over access to the property and did not subsequently purchase the property, a private developer would have bought and built a mixed-use building that is a C3A building that you all would be here tonight approving. Now, we don't live in that world, but that doesn't mean that the Federal Reserve should be let to do whatever they want to do with the land. So that's fact number 1. Fact number 2, the Federal Reserve parking ramp will be a half-used parking ramp and not be able to be used by the public. That's the situation we have now with the post office, which is across the street from my apartment. The post office is not a secure location as the Federal Reserve, yet it doesn't allow public parking except for dropping off your letters. That's it. There's like 5 spaces. That's it. So do you think that on a Twins night, which that happens right now, the 300 space parking lot is being used? No, it's totally empty because the Federal Reserve does not allow anybody to park on it when it's not for employees. So that's 2 facts. Fact number 3, this is not in the vision of the 2040 plan. I know the 2040 plan isn't fully adopted yet, but we should be thinking about the future, not about the past. And the future of this neighborhood is to have more housing, more density, and less use of cars that kill people and ruin the planet. That's kind of simply what it is in my mind as a local resident. Just recently, somebody was killed a couple blocks away from me because a truck ran over them while they were trying to bike home. So this is very personal. And I would hope that you would strongly consider what the real situation is on the ground and what we could do with a C3A empty lot and deny these conditional use permits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will the next testifier step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Mary Morse Marty, 214 Exeter Place in St. Paul. My business address is 81 South 9th Street, downtown. I'm the executive director of Move Minneapolis. We're a nonprofit that works with companies every day to reduce the pollution and climate impacts of drive-alone commuting. This project adds car traffic to downtown streets, and we oppose it. I'm here to share with you some congestion prevention strategies that work to reduce the need for parking. The workforce of tomorrow doesn't want to drive every day. Employers who understand this are taking really bold steps to attract and retain employees by supporting bus, rail, bike, scooter, and telework over driving and parking. Before it invests millions of dollars in new riverfront storage for cars, the Federal Reserve should fully and creatively deploy its other options. The Fed should push transit, subsidize MetroPass at 100%, and reduce barriers to adoption like restricted enrollment. Nearly 80% of major suburban express bus stops are serving the Fed within 4 or 5 blocks. That's an easy walk, and it's great exercise. The Fed should contract with an enterprise transportation management app. One that comes to mind is Loom, L-U-U-M. They're hanging around Minneapolis. They're great. They should set a drive-alone reduction target and cut administrative, construction, and operating costs while its employees game their way to happier and greener commutes. We've heard that Fed employees live across Minnesota and into Wisconsin. By adopting new apps for vanpool and carpool, the Fed could maximize shared commuting by these road warriors while minimizing parking needs. And by leading from the top down, establishing advanced telework management practices, many commuters simply work in place with no driving required at all. As a thought-leading organization, the Fed could join with other businesses, parking operators, and sports organizations to pilot an on-demand North Loop shuttle serving the thousands of existing parking spaces in economic centers nearby. To finish, in a world facing a climate crisis, in a walkable, bikeable, transit and scooter-friendly neighborhood like North Loop, we have lots of options besides induced traffic. Move Minneapolis stands ready to help, and I thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step up, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Lisa Hauser. I live at 516 River Street. I think I'm going to be the only resident here that is in support of what the Federal Reserve is trying to do. I appreciate the fact of the environmental aspects that everybody's concerned about, as well as what the Federal Reserve has done to make sure that we maintain a nice environment for that building. I take their word that they will open spaces for the public. I look at the event centers we have, I look at the restaurants that we have, that's just not for the North Loop residents. I have friends that like to come into the city from the suburbs, which is where I used to live. I think it's for everybody, and there's no place to park. Nobody wants to come downtown anymore because we're taking away all the surface lots. New apartments are being built, which is great. It's great to see people coming into downtown. We need parking. We are not Chicago. We are not New York or LA. We do not have a good public transportation system such as those cities. I used to live out west. I did not have access to public transportation, but I had to run home a lot of times for daycare. How could I do that if I took a bus, or how could I do that if I did commute with someone else? It's just not feasible. We are not those cities that have that type of transportation. I am in support. I'm going to take them at their word. I do appreciate the environmental aspects, but we're not there as a city yet to allow people to come in and out through mass transportation that will reduce those carbon emissions. Lastly, I hope that the commissioners here we've heard a lot about views being blocked, those types of things. We heard about the Excelsior and Lake. That was about views. I think the commissioner said that was not part of this, commissioner, so I hope you use those same standards when you evaluate some of the commentary that we've heard today. So I am a resident, and I absolutely support it. We're not ready for not having public parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Peter Remish, and I'm at 105 North 1st Street. I'm the owner and operator of ARIA Event Center. Keep my comments fairly brief, but I echo the sentiments of the last speaker. We have a parking problem. We have a very real parking problem in the North Loop. The Fed has been very immersive and engaging in their proposal with us and many other businesses in the North Loop over the last year. They have invited us to the table on numerous occasions. They have asked for suggestions, input, ideas, any kind of suggestion that we thought would be a benefit to the neighborhood. They have stated that the parking ramp will be available to the public. Running ARIA, I can tell you that our business has not been able to sustain daytime events. There is no parking available. The first street ramp is full most days. We moved in 9 years ago and have watched the neighborhood evolve and grow and prosper, and we wanted to continue to do so. We also support the environmental initiatives for the city plan. We care about the environment. We care about the neighborhood. We care about all the things that have been talked about tonight. This may not be the perfect plan, but we think it's the best plan. And we think the Fed has been incredibly responsible, incredibly forthright, and incredibly interactive with the neighborhood at large, wanting opinion, wanting thoughts, wanting input from all of us. We encourage you to support the plan, support the idea. Again, we have a parking problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward. State your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Steve Kramer. I'm the president and CEO of the Minneapolis Downtown Council. My business address is 81 South 9th Street. My home address is 4832 11th Avenue South. I did submit comments for the record. I won't belabor those. You've got a lot of people you want to hear from. But I do want to make a couple of points. Our organization for over 60 years has worried about the health and vitality and competitiveness of our downtown. And there's no question that our downtown is evolving and changing. Decisions you've made, decisions the council and mayor have made now and in the recent past, hopefully with help from organizations like ours, we're becoming more transit focused. We have more mobility options. We're working towards a denser, more pedestrian-friendly downtown. All of that's true. All of that's important, and that's the direction that we need to move to maintain a competitive downtown. But none of those trends change the fact that this particular investment at this location at this time is necessary. Over the life of a city, there are key moments that occur. I lived one as a policymaker when the Federal Reserve decided to stay and build in Minneapolis in the early 90s and through their opening in 1997. I think this is another one of those moments, largely because of the incredible success of the neighborhood that they are now a part of. North Loop wasn't really North Loop when they moved in. Now it's one of the most successful neighborhoods in our certainly in our city, if not the upper Midwest, if not the nation. And in order to accommodate that success, this investment is necessary. And from my perspective, as a community, we're fortunate that the Federal Reserve is willing and has the resources to make an investment in the kind of sophisticated, holistic approach that they've outlined for you today to build this particular facility. So that's our perspective, and I appreciate your time, and good luck tonight. You've got a long one ahead of you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, Elizabeth Miller, 212 Lofts. So I'm in Unit 310. I'm actually very much impacted by that ramp. It's right in my face. And you're not the only resident here who's in support of it. We have quite a few people here who are in support. And many of us live at the 212 Lofts. So this is not, I'm not one of the units that's going to just look into the green space. This will be built in my face. And I have to say that the Federal Reserve collaborated with us, mostly because I relentlessly called Dwayne every single month, every time someone was out in the back taking a photo, every time they put up a barrier, every time somebody dug something, sectioned off something to say, what's going on? Can we have a say? When can we talk? And he always listened. He let us bring them into our homes. They came and visited. So this has been going on for over a year and a half. We get a monthly call. I'm going to miss talking to him if we get to break ground and start moving forward. But that green space and the trust, one of those dogs in that picture was likely mine. They let us into their space right now. They let us take our breaks back there for the time that it's open. What they're proposing and what they're suggesting of opening that up to the whole community is what we desperately need in the North Loop. We need some more green space where we can have a lot of fun with the residents, and we need parking. Someone said that it's only going to increase congestion. It will sometimes take me 20 minutes to move 4 blocks in that neighborhood to get home myself. Someone also suggested they should work on alternative ways of bringing people in who work there. My sister works at the Federal Reserve. She has 4 kids. Her husband is a sheriff. She cannot take a community share home or the bus back and forth when you've got 4 kids who are in sports and active. So this is a solution for what needs to happen today. I fully trust that they will open that up. They opened it up to a church when they had that capacity before they were planning the whole ramp in that back, just out of the goodness of their hearts. And they open up their space right now to all of us. So I trust them at their word. I know they're going to take care of it. And I know that they've listened to every phone call that we have made and every idea that we have shared. Not all were things that they could accommodate, but they thought about us. And the biggest thing for those of us on the back of that building is if anything else goes in there, if a big, tall building, we'll never see the sun again. So yes, we need parking and we need green space, but those of us who live back there, 28 units affected, we need to be able to see the sun as well. And with how close that can be and how many bikes and people are back there already, we need to have that access and that availability, and that's what the Fed has helped to provide in this, something for all of us. So I'm in favor of this, as are many of my neighbors and people who live in our neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name is Sean Broom. I'm the Director of Public Policy with the Minneapolis Regional Chamber, 81 South 9th Street, Minneapolis, Minnesota. I wanted to come today and share our support for this project. The Minneapolis Regional Chamber is really excited about the moves that Minneapolis is making in support of climate change and in support of a more sustainable community. We were one of the few organizations that was happy to send in a letter of support for the original draft of the 2040 plan, 4 plexes and all. all, because we see the value that Minneapolis is approaching and what you guys are doing in trying to create a more vibrant, dense community. And when we look at this project, it is in some ways a victim of that success we have already seen. The North Loop has seen an increased density in residential and commercial opportunities and in employment. We need to provide options for those residents, for those employers, and for those employees. We would love to see people be able to use transit better, but the city of Minneapolis can't dictate where transit routes end up. That's the Metropolitan Council. And we'd love to see more investment in the North Loop, but that hasn't kept up with the pace of development. This parking ramp gives employers and employees and visitors to the North Loop the opportunity to come enjoy the successes that we've had in that community, but while also preparing for the future. And that's what we want to thank the Federal Reserve for. They've been a great neighbor for the city of Minneapolis. They're working with the city of Minneapolis and the Minneapolis Regional Chamber to study the minimum wage and its impacts on businesses in the city of Minneapolis. And that partnership extends to this ramp, to the convertibility, to the green space that they're looking to share. I've heard the pessimism, the examples of the post office, and the thing that we need to remember, we'd like the city to focus on is the successful partnership that they have with the Fed and the ability and the trust they should have in the Fed to follow through with this. We urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the
Hi, Joanne Kaufman. I'm Executive Director for the Warehouse District Business Association. Our service area incorporates much of the North Loop. My business address is 322 First Avenue North, and my home address is 4505 Chowan Avenue South. I'm writing today, here today, on behalf of our board members, which include the Minnesota Twins, the Timberwolves, Cole McVoy, First Avenue, Damon Farber, Red Cow, Masters Incorporated, and the Loon Cafe to express our support for this parking ramp. The North Loop has experienced unprecedented growth over the 23 years that we've been in existence. Parking has become an issue. I can name 5 businesses who have left the North Loop because they don't have parking for their employees or their customers. We trust the Fed when they say that there will be parking available at night and on weekends, and that there will also be spaces available during the day. In addition, the parking that will be available to the employees of the Fed will free up parking throughout downtown. So we do ask that you support the construction of this ramp. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dan McConnell. I'm the business manager of the Minneapolis Building Trades. My work address, 312 Central Avenue Southeast, and my home address, 3317 47th Avenue South in beautiful Ward 2. Just here in support of this project, the Federal Reserve is one of the amenities we take for granted in our city. Supporting this, their ability to continue to be here and function, I think, is critical for all of us. And selfishly for our members, our 14,000 members, it allows them the ability to continue to work and build their careers in the construction industry. And we would ask for every one of your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Fred Mosehole. I live at 400 North 1st Street in the North Loop. Pardon me for being a little nervous, but I met the ladies here about 3 or 4 days ago, and I just wanted to comment to see if possibly the parking garage could be changed into housing. I'm prior military. The Federal Reserve Bank is a hardened shelter. They have plenty of room. They have plenty of security. I've lived overseas for 13 years, and cities can survive without vehicles, and other countries are doing it. I don't want to project Minneapolis as being a non-friendly pedestrian city, because cities were made for people, not for cars. Since World War II, we have been denied any alternate transportation except flying and driving. And this is coming to a head. And this baby's ugly. But I do want to thank the Federal Reserve for being proactive on this. But folks, we got to look at this at another angle, because all we're doing is driving. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Stuart Henry. I live at 4728 Garfield Avenue in South Minneapolis. I spoke to this commission whenever it was, whenever the 2040 plan was being proposed. And unlike what someone else said earlier, I thought it was pretty contentious. And I spoke on the behalf of, and I'm here as a volunteer for Minnesota 350, a climate justice group, and it was contentious in our organization. The thing is, no one's going to like dealing with climate change, and yet transportation is the leading source of climate change in the country and in this state. It's nice that the Federal Reserve wants to put a solar panel on, but that is not doing anything to the biggest challenge we're facing, which is transportation. Half of that greenhouse gas comes from cars and light vehicles. So the 2040 plan received great press nationwide. It was in the New York Times. I think you guys should all be very proud of that. I've listened to various or read various accounts of it in publications like Vox Media and Green Tech Media, and they all feel like this is the bold step needed to deal with the issue of transportation-driven climate change. And what I don't understand, I know people are standing up here and saying, gee, we support the 2040 plan, but just let us build more parking. I don't see it. I don't see how that works. We need to, I hear over and over again, we have a shortage of parking. Well, really? Or is it, do we have too many cars? Because that's what's causing climate change. It's our cars. When I was here before, I mentioned the Camp Fire, which killed 85 people. I'm here now. I can mention the heat waves across Europe, the fact that Anchorage, Alaska was 90 degrees the other day, that we had record rains across the state. When is it time to take action? I hear people saying, it's not time yet. We're not there. Well, when are we there? When is it time to cut down on the driving in the city? Thank you so much for your great leadership on the 2040 plan in the past, and I vehemently oppose this parking ramp. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record, and I'll ask others who wish to testify to continue to queue up behind the speaker. So we keep moving.
I'm James Lindell. I live at 53 4th Avenue North, number 102 in Minneapolis, 55401. I'm a resident of Renaissance in the Village, or Renaissance in the River townhouses, and I speak in opposition to this proposed ramp. Not only as a person who owns a townhouse that is going to be blocked by this monstrosity that's so high you can't see over it and so wide that you can't see around it, but I'm a frequent walker and driver on First Street North, and the congestion on that street is already quite bad, and I just can't imagine a parking ramp successfully drawing additional parkers in off of that First Street North without just jamming things up and just creating exhaust fumes that are going to overwhelm that area. I'm struck by, I've listened to Mr. Carter's presentation a couple of times, and I'm still not convinced. He reminds me of my high school football coach speaking before football games. And in any event, I don't like this talk about the selling points of green space and this open space. They could do that right now if they wanted to. Shoving that parking ramp up against the parking or the property line as tight as it'll go, I think is just not a way to treat your neighbors. And we are the biggest block of neighbors for the Fed. So that open space, I totally agree with that. It doesn't benefit Renaissance on the river, but I agree with it, but they can do that right now. Also, I guess that concludes my pitch. Thanks a lot.
Very good. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Mark Hutting. I live at 720 North 4th Street in the North Loop. I've been here for several years and really enjoy the neighborhood. I'm strongly in favor of the ramp, and it's not because I like parking ramps, and it's not because I'm anti-climate change. It's because I think it's the best ultimate decision for the public at large. We are a community that is getting denser and denser and denser all the time, and all people talk about is more density. Well, if you live here, you'll see it's extremely dense already. This is an opportunity to take a major piece of property that abuts our beautiful riverside and develop it into something that will be
particularly accessible by individuals. And I think that's so important to take our really last big piece of green space potential and do something like that out of it. So yes, there are people who will be impacted. The alternative, there will be even more impacts. This site is big enough to house at least 400 to 500 residential units. They will have 400 to 500 parking spaces minimum, maybe 600 to 700 parking spaces. There'll be more and more cars coming in and out than there ever were before. So, what is the trade-off? Do you want to give up all the opportunity for this beautiful new green space, or do you want to cut off a program and a project that I think adds great value all the way around? One thing that a lot of people have talked about is that the parking will be bringing more people into the city. I think the people at the Fed have discussed the fact that they already have a high percentage of their people commuting. And this is being built for the people who can't commute, who have tried but cannot commute. These people already park in the North Loop. They park in the street. They park in other ramps. This is just bringing them into a central location, which makes it better for their business, better for their ability to maintain this 1,200 job employer within our neighborhood. I really respect all the people from Renaissance on the River and other people who oppose this. I respect your opinion, and I know why you're here. And I've tried to do a lot for this neighborhood as a board member of the neighborhood. But you got to look at this thing from an overall perspective. In 5 years from now, there'll be 500 people living on that property with 6-story height condominiums or apartment buildings and all the parking associated with that. Or there can be 2 acres of green space and the parking ramp that we're talking about. So make sure you look at both sides of it and think about what might be coming in the future, because they will approve the apartment buildings. They will approve, they have to. So that's all I've got. I support it.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Howdy. My name is Maxwell Singer. I live at 1946 Sheridan Avenue South in South Minneapolis. I am here as a resident of Minneapolis and a frequent Cedar Lake Trail user in opposition to the ramp project. I'm also here having been in Minneapolis as long as the Federal Reserve. I was born in 1997. And so I'd like to put a generational perspective on this. Minneapolis has taken the broad view time and time again. We dedicated our rivers to our people and to our parkland, and not to cars. We skipped out on the trend of putting riverfront highways, and I think we should skip out on a trend of riverfront parking. I also would like to say that there's this philosophy that you can build your way out of parking problems. It's just 800 spots. During the day, it's just 100. How fast will those fill up? How much of the problem can this even solve? The answer to the parking problem is not more parking. We've tried that, like cities across the country have tried that. And I don't think it's a winning game. Sincerely, I don't. I went to college out east in New York State, 70 miles away from New York City, and I can say that they didn't solve their parking problem by putting ramps by the river. The final thing I'd like to say is that reading the Trib this morning, I found a funny comment about the Federal Reserve trying to attract and retain talent. And having grown up, being born, raised, and returned to Minneapolis, I'd just like to say that the appeal of Minneapolis is not the ample parking. And if the Federal Reserve needs parking to attract employees and talent, perhaps they should consider a city that can provide all the parking they desire. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Peggy Weir. I live at 61 4th Avenue North, number 101, at Renaissance on the River. I have 3 quick comments. Number 1, this is not personal against the Federal Reserve Bank. I'm opposed to the ramp along with many other people at Renaissance on the River. Not because it's the Federal Reserve and not because what the Federal Reserve did or didn't do, who they talked to, who they didn't talk to, what architect they use, what lawyers they have. The bottom line is this is not a public ramp. So providing 12% of their spots each day to the public is grand, that there's 100 new spots. But what happens when on the weekend when those 6,000 people come to visit the ramp and you have a wedding at Aria? That's not going to help the wedding at Aria. So it's not personal against the Federal Reserve, it's against the ramp. It's not a public ramp, we need to keep that in mind. It's still owned and operated by the Federal Reserve. And as soon as there's a safety issue at another Federal Reserve bank around the country, that parking ramp will be shut off from all of us. So I don't think it's a solution to the parking ramp problem on weekends and nights. And finally, if the United States Post Office didn't want to share their ramp with the Federal Reserve because of safety reasons, why do we want to push that ramp to the edge of the property line, put pedestrians in between the ramp and the Federal Reserve building, and have that ramp so close to the neighborhood? So I think there's a safety concern as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Chris Meyer, 601 6th Street Southeast, Minneapolis. And I came here today to urge you to reject this parking ramp. To build a gargantuan parking ramp in one of our most transit accessible areas would be a real act of climate vandalism. Cities that are taking climate seriously are going in the opposite direction. The city of Oslo, Norway, for example, has eliminated almost all of their parking in their downtown area. That's the direction we should go if we're going to take climate seriously. To paraphrase former Mayor Betsy Hodges, we need to build our city to enable more people and fewer cars. And out of all the people in the whole country who are prepared to solve this problem, it should be the economists with PhDs at the Federal Reserve who should understand that if you've got a supply and demand problem, then what you need to do is raise the prices for their parking and do more to subsidize public transit. So I hope that is the direction that you will go in today and take climate seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record, and if others wish to testify, please queue up.
My name is Alex Burns. I live at 2457 Lindale Avenue South in Minneapolis. Is the projector thing, is that on?
Yeah, yes, you put that down. Okay. We'll turn it on.
Okay. Climate change, uncertainty, no excuse for inaction. This is the headline of a staff report that was written by consultant V.V. Shari and published by the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis in December of 2018. It was later summarized in a January article for the Fed's publication, The Region. The article includes the following line: unfettered markets are woefully inadequate when it comes to the externalities such as those induced by pollution and global warming. An externality, a cost imposed by one party on another without the latter's consent, is a problem for unregulated markets because prices don't reflect true costs. Greenhouse gas creators like power plants and automobiles don't pay a price for the consequences of global warming those gases create, end quote. It's interesting that the Federal Reserve Bank would publish this article while simultaneously planning a major investment in the state's largest polluter. It's even more interesting that Fed leadership continues to cite market demand for more parking in the area as a reason to build this ramp, when their own staff report clearly stated that unfettered markets are woefully inadequate when it comes to addressing climate change. If the Federal Reserve worked with local transportation organizations like Move Minneapolis and boosted its transit subsidy above the 1% above average it is right now, and included other things like investments in carpools and in van pools, it could meet its employees' commuting needs in a way that is in line with our city's climate goals. Yes, some employees will always drive, and that's their choice, but however, they should be adequately paying to make that choice. We need to recognize the significance of individual decisions in the context of our largest, most pressing issues. Transportation is the #1 source of carbon pollution in Minnesota, and it's projects like this ramp that have created the crisis we are currently experiencing. City leaders have the power to demand something better. Please reject the application for this parking ramp. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is John Ababi. I live at 701 15th Avenue Southeast, and I live in Dinkytown. And I'd just like to speak as a member of the younger generation. I think as the city has changed, when we go to areas like around the stadium and in the North Loop, we don't talk about that the prime benefit of those areas is all the parking that's there. We have less parking than we did 10 years ago in those locations. What we talk about is all the change that's happened, all the new life, all the new amenities, how many grocery stores downtown has compared to just 5 years ago. And I just think that parking isn't the way forward for that area, especially along the river. It's one of our biggest assets, the Mississippi River. It's a national recreation area that's governed by the national park. And I really think that that's not the best way to utilize that area. It should be a place where people want to congregate and a place where people will live. And the way to make that place thrive is through building more housing or having some kind of neighborhood amenity, not a giant ramp that will sit empty most of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address.
My name is Susan Russell Freeman. I live at 212 North 1st Street, 212 Lofts. The proposed ramp would be about 80 feet from my balcony, and I support it. I support it because I think that the green space itself will create something that's never been created, and that is a direct access to the river from all of downtown. There is no other way to walk to the river. You go over a bridge, or you cannot walk. You can go maybe around on 4th Avenue, which is a great access, but 2nd Avenue coming down to there would create a walkable way from the Twin Stadium to the river. That doesn't happen any other way down the river. So that's, I think, very important and forward thinking. I think the ramp will be used. I do believe the Federal Reserve. I think that they have put in place safeguards for noise and definitely security. And I do agree with them, and I think that they have shown that there's others that have come here with the same types with the Wells Fargo that have been approved. So I think there's been a precedent set. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Okay, one more. My name is Leanne Jorgensen. I live at 212 Lofts. I'm actually here to support my neighbors, and I've kind of been along on this ride for the last year to support my neighbors. I was kind of thinking, what else can I possibly say that hasn't been said other than what is going on up there with the banging? Do you guys know? Is it like gymnastics class up there or what? And I have to go to the bathroom, and I'm hungry. But
it's basketball, I am told.
Okay, well, but at the last meeting, I didn't say anything, and I still regret not saying something. So what can I add? You know what? I don't have any data or facts. I'm not a climatologist. I'm a regular gal with a great job downtown. I live in the North Loop. My site is actually not going to be impacted. I am fortunate I face 1st Street, and I chose that way, and my husband is here who can attest to the fact that I wanted to buy in a unit that faced the street because, in my opinion, that's the vitality, that's the excitement, that's the city. And I look outside and I see everyone coming, and, you know, it's pretty amazing. Hang on a second. I was taking a few notes. I wasn't like rudely texting throughout the meeting, so I just wanted to take a look at this. I guess my question is what are we waiting for? You know, I know some people have said they haven't had the opportunity. They were just hearing about this from the Fed a couple weeks ago. I've been extremely impressed by what the Fed has done to reach out to the community. The community events, which actually I didn't even realize they were so involved in until they sponsored Hamilton, thank you, Hamilton, which, you know, they received so much PR for because everyone was so interested in it. I therefore learned a lot more about the Fed. And I guess I just say, what are we waiting for? 2 weeks ago, I just got back from Vietnam. I went because I had the opportunity to go. Ho Chi Minh City, Google claims, has a population of 9.5 million. I had a chance to take a scooter tour, because that's how you get around in the city. A bunch of university students, young 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds, getting their education and taking all of us tourists on little scooter rides around the city in the hope that they can make connections and get out of there and better their lives. Now, you want to talk about a bad transportation system. They have no trains. They have no trains, no cars. They have no way to get around but these scooters. And I can see now why they choose to wear masks, because it was horrible. The university student who was driving my scooter was telling me, there's no way there's 9.5 million people here. I think our population is closer to 16 million. It's so overpopulated. They have so many issues. I have never been so more blessed to live in the United States. And I realized that when I came back 2 weeks ago. I mean, we're very lucky to be having this forum and this opportunity, but I do say, what are we waiting for? I don't think it's the Fed's job to solve green, and I'm not making light of the environment because I care very much, but I don't think it's their job to solve Minneapolis or Minnesota's green problem with one ramp. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Susan Engel. I live at 1 4th Avenue North, number 106, and I am here in opposition to the ramp. I don't have a credential, I don't have a suit, but I have my helmet, and I did move to this location 13 years ago because I wanted to be able to walk and bicycle and get around by way of my own ability. I am against the ramp. I do have a credential, though. I am a public health nurse, and I believe that this ramp is going to increase the safety issues, the pollution, the health issues, and the congestion in our area. And I do live in Renaissance on the River. The other thing I think is that 1,300 transportation activities a day, which is what we've been told, which will increase in our neighborhood, is for sure going to add to all this, the things I just mentioned, the safety, the pollution, the health of our neighborhood. And the one last thing I wanted to say is, if we're looking to look at Minnesota, at Minneapolis as an area of livability and to entice people to come here, I think the things that will entice them are the ability to enjoy the river, to walk on the river, to bike on the river, to walk to restaurants, etc., and not to have 800 more cars driving in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Connie Skildum. I live at 57 4th Avenue North, Unit 103. I am a resident of the 87 member property owners at Townhouse at Renaissance on the River. We were really notified late in the game as to what was going to be happening to us next door. And we learned about it because we received a postcard in the mail from the city of Minneapolis stating that we were within 345 feet. Therefore, we were invited to a public hearing on March 5th to learn about what was being proposed. We came, we heard Dr. Carter say that Renaissance on the River was in approval, that we were on board with this project when we had never heard of it before that afternoon. Since then, our organization, grassroots organization at Renaissance on the River, has worked hard to dive deep into the climate change issue, which we believe is the greatest concern we have. We have young families, we have retired professionals, we have mid-career professionals, we have babies and toddlers playing in the park across the street from our location. And it's very difficult to think of what our children are going to be inheriting with climate change. Middle school and high school students across the country are saying, why should we study hard when we may not even have a future? This is serious business. This is not whether or not all of your employees have a place within 5 minutes of their desk. This is about climate change. My neighbors and my colleagues in this effort had gone deep into the details, researching climate change, researching the tonnage of greenhouse emissions that supersedes any concern about whether your employees can park near to their office. I have a little concern over what I think is a myth that is being perpetuated by the Federal Reserve into how much of this parking ramp is going to be given to the public. Currently, I can see from my home that the evenings have no parking in their current lot. That has discontinued since they purchased this property. Previously, the owner of that lot had allowed public parking in that surface lot in the evenings and on weekends. The myth that has been perpetuated in the promotion of this particular ramp is that the public is going to have access to it. And I ask, why would you not have the access to it today and say that we should believe that you're going to give access to it in the future? The Twins games, the church groups that had parked there previously no longer can park there because it's a contract lot that is privileged only to the employees of the Federal Reserve. So they have painted a pretty picture of the green space. They've painted a pretty picture of the landscaping, but the pretty picture disappears when you face carbon emissions, global crisis, and climate change. Thank you. I urge you to reject this proposal.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is John Schultz, and I live at the 212 Lofts. I think making this meeting have to deal with the subject of climate change is asking way too much responsibility on you all. And I think that, you know, if the president and the federal government and even the state government and the city doesn't do what they need to be doing to say, oh, let's just have the planning commission, we'll start with that and they'll be able to fix everything, is putting the cart before the horse. Here we have a proposal of a well thought out building that will be very useful to our burgeoning neighborhood. We have more people coming in all the time. There are more buildings coming in. There are more businesses coming in. And to just kind of stunt that growth, I think, is a big mistake. And also to add a beautiful green space, which I think we need. I think giving up on that, because if the Federal Reserve doesn't do this, what do you think is going to happen with that space? Somebody else is going to buy it, and they're going to put another 12 to 14 foot apartment place on it, and where are those cars going to park? So I'm in support of the proposal, and I think this is not the place to be worrying about, can we solve climate change? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to testify this evening? Going once, going twice. With that, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, we have 3 applications before us. Would anybody like to start us off with questions, discussion, or a motion? Commissioner Krauser.
I have a question for the applicant. Can you restate your commitment to provide public parking in this facility?
Absolutely. We're going to make parking available in the evenings and the weekends. And during the day, we're committing to 100 public parking spaces. People have made comments about the Heritage Landing lot and about not being open on the weekends and at night. I want to be clear that the Heritage Landing lot, as it is today, was always a temporary solution. To buy equipment to somehow to be able to take credit cards or some other kinds of means of compensation would be, in our estimation, throwing money away for the ramp that we're building. But I do want to make it clear, those that have come to us, and in particular, I think you heard earlier, someone talked about using the Muse Event Center. There's a church that uses it on Sundays. And they contacted us at the time of the purchase and said that we use your parking lot. Will you be willing to allow us to continue to park there? We said absolutely. We made it open to them. And how we did it, because we don't have equipment out there to accept credit cards or accept cash, we used one of our cards to allow them in and out. They wanted to rent the space for $500 a Sunday. Our view is there needs to be a market rate. $5 is the market rate per car. What they said to us, well, shouldn't there be, we're using the same spot, why don't you just give us the $500? We said, our goal is not to price anyone out or to encourage others to drive. The going rate in that area is $5 per car, and that's what we would charge. So I want to make it real clear. Well, our commitment and the location of that ramp, there will be night parking, the vast majority of the 800 spaces. There will be parking on the weekends, and there will be daily parking. And I say daily parking, 8 to 5, there will be at least 100 parking spaces. We will find a way to make it happen.
Commissioners, further questions for the applicant? Yes. Commissioner Koga.
I was going to make a motion.
Oh, very good.
All right. I'd like to move to deny the conditional use permit to allow a parking facility in the C3A Community Activity Center District.
We have a motion to deny the CUP to allow parking facility. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. We have a motion and a second. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'll speak first to my motion. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight and having a very wonderful discussion on this issue. It's been really edifying to me, and I've appreciated all the perspectives. I've also appreciated, as a park commissioner, the incredible care and thought that Dr. Carter and his compatriots have put into thinking about public space at this location. I think that it is a step in the right direction, and should the Fed look at other alternative uses here, I would hope that we could continue that partnership. Unfortunately, there's not enough that can be done to get away from the fact that this is greenwashing what is a climate change issue now, and in addition, looking at what is being asked for in the conditional use permit and the issue around the Shoreline Overlay District. I just don't see how I can support this with the applications that are being provided. And finally, I just want to say that I appreciate folks who brought up the fact that we are right adjacent to the Mississippi River, which is the crown jewel of what makes Minneapolis a great place. This is the last place that we need a parking lot, a parking ramp, and it's the last place that we need to invest in a dying way of getting around in our city.
Commissioner Coleman.
Thank you. I want to also thank everyone for testifying tonight, and I think the variety and range of testimony really speaks to the issues that we all have in considering this application. It is an application that offers a lot of positives. It's an application that has quite a few drawbacks. I have to say some of the positives for me are that it is a perspective of unifying the Federal Reserve campus. It supports our economic development that we've invested in the North Loop. Some of the negatives to it, of course, are, as has been stated, having to do with transportation. But I just want to observe that the transportation and greenhouse gas impacts are not a simple equation. It's not, if we build this parking ramp, we are accommodating additional traffic. I do believe that in supporting a parking lot here, there are other surface lots that will get developed as residential uses, and I think we have to take the complexity of the calculation into account and not just the simplicity of it's going to be bad or it's going to be good. That complexity makes it very, very difficult for me. So I have to, faced with the complexity of your comments and complexity of the Federal Reserve's goals, kind of go back to what our core functions are here at the Planning Commission. And our core functions really are to support statements as to the conditional use permit findings. And when I read the staff report's findings, I, like has been stated by the applicant, find them actually in support of the application. And so when I come to that conclusion, I have to say I will be supporting this. It's not an easy support for the application, but I do think that the responsibility is, if we have findings that say the application meets the findings, that we need to support the application.
Commissioner Sweezy and then Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with much of what Commissioner Coleman said. I come at it a little bit differently, but I'll be voting against the motion to deny, I think is the way to put it. I also support the project. I don't think that it's as simple as this is only about climate. I think that our responsibility as commissioners is to look at broader pictures. I think it is important to have a city not only where people can live and walk and get around, but also a city where people want to come to work. I think it's important to have a city where people come to work who may not want to live in Minneapolis, but we still have something to offer other people who then, by working downtown, want to eat downtown or get their hair cut downtown or anywhere else in the city. And I think I've raised a concern at other meetings that I'm concerned that downtown, and for purposes of this discussion, I would consider North Loop part of that area, cannot only be a residential area with apartments and things like that, that we do need to support employers, particularly very, very large ones who make important contributions to the city, like the Federal Reserve. Those comments by the applicant were not lost on me about how important they are, I think, to this community. I want to address also the shoreland overlay issue and point out that we approved over the objection of some neighbors in the that Lake and Excelsior comment about that apartment building or the condo and hotel building right at Lake Calhoun. It's been my experience, I think, that the shoreland overlay thing gets a little bit more complicated, and we often vote to accommodate residential projects, but are less likely to do it when it's a different project. So that's something that I've noticed in our voting on this commission, and I want to be consistent personally with. I think, as Commissioner Coleman said, that the findings for the conditional use permit are supported. And in fact, in the staff report, both for the height and the use, what is offered as a reason to deny it is that it needs a lot of alternative compliance under the site plan review. And I think that that is an area that should be reserved for the site plan review, and that things like building placement and blank walls and windows are not, in fact, actually what we have to find here, which is that it is injurious or detrimental or endangers public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. I don't think we should mix those issues where they come in terms of conditional use permits or site plan review. And then the last thing I want to say is that I suspect that this parking ramp is getting the attention it is, and I appreciate all the public testimony like everyone else does it because of where it is. And that's not lost on me. It's an important area. But we've approved a number of other parking ramps. There's the Wells Fargo one that came up a little bit earlier, which is very large, and that kind of just went through with very little public comment at all, I suspect because it's not on the riverfront. And then there's the other one near Plymouth and Washington Avenue also, which is, I guess, technically North Loop, but I'm not sure. And that was very recent, and I'm not seeing this this one being any different in terms of our consistency, or at least mine personally, and where we've voted to approve those other things very, very recently. So, thank you.
Commissioner Brown.
Yes, and I support the original motion, although I don't fundamentally disagree with a lot of what Commissioners Coleman and Sweezy had said. Overall, when I look at the first two findings we have to make for the conditional use permit approval related to the overall enjoyment of adjacent property, that it won't be detrimental to public health, safety, or comfort. When I look at this location and just the significant departures from the site plan standards that are proposed here, specifically as they relate to blank walls exceeding 25 feet, as they relate to active functions, both on the ground floor as well as on the upper floors of really all four elevations of the building, I find it very difficult to meet those findings, particularly when a couple of the frontages of this building face public parkland, a public trail, very visible locations, and also have residential uses within plain view of them. I think it's a concern that, for instance, there are just no windows. The building materials make it really look like a parking garage. I do think overall we do allow, with a conditional use permit, a parking garage at this location. So I believe if we don't want parking at all, we really need to look at changing the code to not allow a substantial parking garage. As the applicant pointed out, even with this amount of parking, the overall Federal Reserve property is still below what the maximum amount of parking would be allowed. So for me, it's really not a choice of whether or not to allow a parking garage at this location, and really the design of that parking garage. I think if a garage was lined with active uses, if it was configured within a mixed-use project that was lined with residential, I think it might be possible to approve something like that at this location. But with the applications that are before us this evening, we really just have a parking garage that has metal screens, that it's very apparent that it's a parking garage, and doesn't include active functions on very many of the frontages, or a very large percentage of the frontages. So I have some pretty significant concerns with the proposal as it is, and support the original motion.
Commissioners, does anybody else wish to comment? I'll say, briefly, we heard a lot about climate change, and we heard also about the required findings for a CUP. And it strikes me that climate change would be detrimental or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. I suppose there is a question of whether that should be consideration of this body. The endangerment to health, safety, and general welfare is stated in our climate action plan, the city's climate action plan, which states, without rapid action to reduce emissions, we'll face threats to our economic livelihood, public health, supplies of food, fresh water, and power. So that sounds detrimental to me. I think about whose responsibility it is, to our last speaker, testifier, whose responsibility it is to deal with climate change. The city as a whole has a goal of reducing vehicle trips by 37% to meet our own climate goals, and that's research that has been adopted by the City Council outside of the context of the 2040 plan. So that is not linked to the 2040 plan. It was adopted in 2016. And when I think about whose responsibility it is, the city of Minneapolis is not going to stop climate change, nor the state of Minnesota, nor the United States, even if we all reduced our emissions to zero. But that doesn't absolve us of the responsibility of considering the impacts and actions. And so I'm not sure if the Planning Commission, considering a single parking ramp, should think about that, but I wonder if we don't, who does? So I guess those are some of my thoughts based on some of the testimony I've read and the folks who spoke tonight and thinking about these projects. Last call, commissioners, for any other comments. With that, we have a motion on item number A, conditional use permit to allow parking facility, to deny that application. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Nay.
Kogel?
Aye.
Ellison?
Nay.
Kranzer?
No. No.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
It's 4-4.
Aye.
You're voting too? Okay. So that's 5-4.
Commissioner Kogel.
I'll move item B, motion to deny the conditional use permit to increase the height of the building in the Shoreland Overlay District from 2.5 stories or 35 feet to 5 stories or 60 feet.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Commissioners, any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Nay.
Kogel?
Aye.
Ellison?
Nay.
Kranzer?
Nay.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
Again, that's 4-4.
Aye.
5-4.
Commissioner Kogel.
And I'll move item C, motion to deny the site plan review for a new 5-level parking structure with 790 parking spaces.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a split vote on this project. I think parking on the site is acceptable. Some level of parking is acceptable. I think the height is acceptable as well. Where this project I don't support as it's designed is the site plan. There's no other uses on the site. There's a whole list of alternate compliance that we'd never approve on any other project we've ever seen. So while some of these uses and some of the height is acceptable in my mind, as we have the the conditional use process set up, the overall project as designed just doesn't. I don't have support for that. I would encourage all of us, if 50% of us went to the state capitol and supported transit and funding for transit, that's the way we're going to get away from needing cars to come to the site. It's just outside of the downtown core where it is a struggle if you're not a diehard transit rider to get to the site. There is the 6, the 18 might be coming on Washington soon, but it's a little bit outside the walkshed for most of those heavy core bus routes. And if we don't have a better local bus system, we're going to keep having this debate over and over and over again. So I encourage 50% of you, so every other one of you needs to go to the state capitol next year and say, we came to Minneapolis City Council, Planning Commission, and we talked about this 800-car parking ramp, which is giant, and we did it because the bus system isn't quite good enough yet. And we think it should be much better, so we don't have to have this conversation. So, thank you.
Any other discussion? I would just back up Commissioner Kronzer's point. I think we heard a lot about there being a parking problem, and I think that I at least heard that and believe it to a point, but I don't think that there is a parking problem. It's a mobility problem. It's an access problem, and so parking right now is part of our primary mode of access. And if we want to change that, the emotion and involvement and hundreds of letters that came to this single parking ramp need to be mobilized for a system that can allow people to move differently. Any other comments? All right, we have, do we have a motion and a second? Yes, we do. We have a motion and a second to deny site plan review. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Aye.
Colgill?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Kronzer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
7-1.
All right, and with that, we conclude our hearing on item number 12. We'll move on to item number 13, 26 in Blaisdell, 2542, 2554 Blaisdell Avenue, and 110 26th Street West in Ward 10. We have a slew of applications here, and staff is once again Lindsay.
Oh, okay.
Hello again, Commissioners.
Whenever you're ready, we're shuffling around here, but feel free to.
All right, seems
cruise
like
on.
it's settling down a bit. This site before you is at, it's called 26 in Blaisdell. There are 3 addresses associated with it, 2542 and 2554 Blaisdell Avenue, and 110 26th Street West. The site currently contains a 2 small commercial buildings that are owned by Goldstein Law and Goldstein Professional Building, a small surface parking lot, and a 2.5-story duplex. The site has frontage on West 26th Street and Blaisdell Avenue and is proposed to be located at the corner. The site is not located within an activity center, nor is it located on any land use features. It's 1 block away from Nicollet, which is the commercial corridor, and 1 block away from the activity center at 26th and Nicollet. The applicant has proposed to construct a 6-story building with 146 dwelling units and a 600 square foot office at the site. The ground floor is proposed to have walk-up units along 26 and Blaisdell. There would be a fitness center. Whittier Alliance has proposed to program the space in the office area. There would be a bike lounge. There would be 92 parking stalls provided in at-grade and 1 level of underground parking. There are a variety of amenity decks and balconies proposed for the upper floor units, with some step backs for the upper stories that aren't super significant. So there have been a large number of land use applications that have been requested as part of this application. The applicant is requesting to rezone the properties at 2542 Blaisdell and 110 26th. That rezoning would be required in order to do any sort of development here, because there's split zoning on the site existing. The parcel on the corner has OR2 zoning. The rest of the site is R5. The development capacity of those 2 is fairly similar. And so in order to kind of rezone to one or the other, they have to make that move in order to combine them and develop. The other requests include a conditional use permit to increase the maximum allowed height from 4 stories or 56 feet to 6 stories or 73.5 feet, a variance to increase the maximum floor area ratio from 3.0 to 3.44, a variance to increase the maximum impervious surface coverage from 85% to 87%, variance to increase the maximum lot coverage from 70% to 82%, variance to reduce the minimum loading requirement from 1 small space to 0, a variance to reduce the minimum front yard setback, abutting both 26th Street West and Blaisdell, and also a variance on the rear yard, and then site plan review. And just to kind of give some context for that, here's some photos of the site with the renderings of the proposed building. Blaisdell is not a community corridor or any other land use feature. Most of the buildings in this area tend to be 3.5, 4 stories in height. The church across the street is a little bit taller in the tower portion, but most of the buildings around here are, around that 3 to 4 story in height. Can't see this very well. This is a site plan of the proposed building showing a little bit those amenity decks and some of the step backs. However, the front yard setbacks are proposed to be reduced from, on the Blaisdell side, 33.5 feet, and on the 26th side from 19.7 feet to 1 foot on each side. So it really does step up very close to the property lines at the corner. And here's a footprint showing that there would be the walk-up units, some of the amenity spaces, and that small office space on the ground floor. And a couple of renderings of the proposed building. So when we're thinking about this project, the current adopted comprehensive plan designates the site as urban neighborhood. Urban neighborhood areas are appropriate for low to medium density residential uses, or mostly low density residential uses with some institutional uses and other kinds of small scale uses that fit into that context. The proposed development plan is proposing a density of 209 dwelling units per acre. That's even beyond what we would typically see even right outside of an activity center, that from the perspective of what the current comprehensive plan could support. When we're looking at Minneapolis 2040, this is one of the rare spots in the 2040 plan that has proposed lesser density than what the current zoning would allow. So both R5 and OR2 zoning districts allow for a maximum height of 4 stories. The 2040 plan has designated this area as Interior 3, which calls for 1 to 3 story buildings. The Interior 3 district, it does not have any mechanism for increasing the maximum height. And obviously a lot of those details are still getting worked out, but in some of the corridors there is a little bit of wiggle room in the language about how we would potentially increase the height. That doesn't exist in what this district is proposed to be. So while the existing zoning does allow for 4 stories on this parcel, in the future it will be up to 3 stories. And basically what that means is that this proposal to construct a 6-story building on the site is, not only exceeds what's allowed under the current zoning, what could be supported by the current comprehensive plan, but it even more so will be beyond what is guided for in the recently adopted 2040 plan, which will have to be formally adopted soon. So staff is recommending approval of the rezoning application. That would allow for the site to all be under the same zoning district, which would allow for redevelopment of the site in a way that would comply with the comprehensive plan. And staff is supportive of continuing to allow for a small-scale retail use at this, or office or retail use at the site, similar to the office uses that are currently there. Staff is recommending denial of the conditional use permit, the 7 variances, and site plan review because of the overall scale and bulk of the building. That is more of a building we would typically support in a commercial zoning district or along a corridor in an activity center, not and requires significant deviation from what would be allowed in the residential district that this building is located in. And I will stand for questions.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Kraus.
Could you put the site plan, or a plan that shows the parking? There's a couple of pages in our packet that didn't print really well.
Okay. Did you want to see the underground or the?
Yeah, that one too. That would be helpful. And are the heavier dash lines the building above, or is that the property line? Yeah, that one.
This one here,
Yeah.
I believe, is the property line.
Okay. Do you have any information, thank you for that, any information on the proposal to upgrade the bike lane on Blaisdell?
I do. So that's proposed to happen this year. So Public Works, if this project were to be approved, Public Works is requesting through the PDR process that the applicant, because both the protected bike or the bike lane that will be soon protected on Blaisdell and the current protected bike lane on 26, because those are within the construction boundaries of this project, Public Works has actually if the project were to be approved, Public Works would require that the applicant not only protect those bike lanes, but also construct a protected intersection. And that is something that would be pursued through the preliminary development review process.
Okay. I had another question about the shadow studies. I may just be, it's been a long night last night. It seems like this shadow study is an hour before sunset, while other shadow studies pick a time of day, like 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. Were these consistent with what we've seen regularly? Or to me, it seems like the shadows are later in the day than we typically see. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I don't.
Okay.
I hadn't
Anyone else?
flagged that as.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
My impression is we usually get we ordinarily get them. Yeah, that's what we're doing. It's not like 5 a.m.
Oh. There's a name. Okay.
A mystery. We don't have a solution. Any other questions? All right. With that, we'll ask the applicant to come to the stand. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. Thanks for sticking with us. Rob Lubenow with Yellow Tree. I just want to give a brief recap and kind of the approach to our development. The last 4 months, it's been a quick, streamlined process, but there's been a lot of in-depth interaction with us, stakeholders, neighborhood groups, and obviously the architect. The site is at an amazing location, 26th and Nicollet. It's 26th and Blaisdell, which is next to 26th and Nicollet. It's truly what I view as kind of the epicenter of not only East Street, but the Whittier neighborhood. Nicollet is there for the commercial component, while Blaisdell, 1 block away, is truly there to support the house, or provide housing to support the businesses. MCAT is just on the other side of Nicollet that has their students, MIA. We're 2 blocks from a park. The Good Grocer, a 6-story building, kind of kitty corner on the block from us, is a community-based grocer. Aldi's going up 6 blocks away. A lot of things that truly make the site walkable and amenity, and not to mention a bus stop of approximately 300 feet. We were ecstatic when we were approached with this site. We are partnering with the Goldstein Group. They're currently on the site, have been there for many years, just for the fact that we're doing a lot of development both in Whittier and around the neighborhood. And we also feel our approach to these projects is a perfect fit. We're known for working with neighborhood groups to make sure their values are reinforced in our developments. The authenticity of the neighborhoods remain, and it's truly an asset for the project. Holland neighborhood in Northeast, we're doing the first blue roof in Minnesota with a public-private partnership with the Mississippi watershed. We're sourcing actual building components from artists to be used as building components in addition to the artwork that'll be displayed. We're providing a maker space for artists that can't afford their own separate space. Same as for Central, Lyndale, Stevens Square, where we're providing substantial commercial space in an effort to connect East Street on the north side of this neighborhood in Stevens Square at a time where no one wants to do commercial space. We're also partnering with the neighborhood to replace the existing community gardens that is on our private property. Standish neighborhood, where we purchased an additional lot to connect the 38th Street corridor, a great initiative of theirs. And it's through those partnerships and listening to the neighborhood group, the local stakeholders, people that a lot of times don't come to meetings like this, but want to see their neighborhood a certain way. And now Whittier. So it was very clear from the start that this was a well-organized group, hyperactive about maintaining their community values. We did a project roughly 2 years ago where they definitely weren't as motivated, organized, etc. And where they've come to this point is a great example of how a neighborhood should be run, especially having that involvement with us as developers, as development is happening all across the city. They have a vision and approach our development as an opportunity to collaborate with us, not just state a list of demands. A true partnership. I'll break it down into 3 factors. They have their community-based, their affordability, and also kind of the aesthetics, environmental impacts for their neighborhood. We knew immediately that the neighborhood wanted something more profound, impactful than simply a park bench put on a corner to create kind of a public-private space and engage the community. I quickly want to read an article from one of the neighborhood members, an email that was sent out to us as a group once we started this project. Early on, she was a large part of kind of the involvement as we went forward. What could truly set this building apart would be a sense of mission, of giving back. There's tremendous potential to use this conversation to create community in the neighborhood that would attract people not just to sign the first lease, but to keep them invested and staying long term. Can you imagine how cool it would be? Tenants running into someone in the community room they met while tutoring kids down the street for the rental rebate, which I'll discuss in a minute. Connecting with local kids in your bike-orientated community room, or just have the convenience of repairs, stepping out of the elevator for a community meeting in your building and realizing that 2 other folks are on the elevator headed to the same spot. That's amazing. I mean, that's truly motivating and something that we used throughout the design of our process. How do we do that? How do we make new partnerships with the neighborhood and truly have a win-win for not only us providing simply a housing stock, but something that can engage the community and be an amenity and also keep the authenticity of a neighborhood. So how are we doing that? Sharing our amenity space. So we do have amenities, our roof decks, but also there's a very unique, we have a bike lounge on the main level. It's facing 26th Street. By bike lounge, it's meant as amenity for our tenants, without a doubt. It's space that they can go lounge. It's maker space, bike repair. It's focused on, maintaining, fixing bikes, etc. That's something that we're opening up to the neighborhood. We're allowing them to use that space as they need. It'll have functions that allows us to open the doors fully for their weekly farmers market. Current initiatives that include repairing youth bikes and teaching them how to ride. Group meetings where they have a shortage of space where people within the neighborhood have an opportunity to come and meet. Small garden plots on how to urban plan urban garden in small areas. And lastly, the rent rebate program. So we're initiating a rent rebate program where people that volunteer in the neighborhood that live in our buildings will get a rental rebate. So by having that connection with the community, we're able to provide a way for our tenants to truly engage with the community, be a part of the neighborhood, and not just have a one-year rental and move on. Aesthetics and environment impacts, kind of the nuts and bolts. We talked a lot about the facades, colors used, muted colors, etc., which we went with. We did use enhanced building materials, the walk-up units that Lindy described, activating 26th Street with that public-private space that we talked about. This is in addition to all the building components that we have in all of ours, so increased energy performance, solar ready, providing the green roof, doing third-party energy modeling. We own the building, so it's truly important to understand how the building's going to function. Anything less than a 5-year payback, without a doubt we do, and that's the same for this project. The last thing is affordability. I know this is not important, or this is important not only to Whittier, but the city. They understand our approach, and while they would prefer even more affordable rents, I think they appreciate the housing options we're able to provide. Our model has always been to provide entry point market rate housing. We don't get any subsidies. We're not interested in doing high-end luxury, but we also don't want to skimp on the user experience. So the unit is similar to any other market rate, in a lot of cases even high-end luxury product. We provide amenities, but we do it at a point that is accessible to a lot of renters. Can I put this? So there's, what does affordability mean? There's all the, there's standpoints of what affordability is. 60% AMI is used. What does that mean? I don't think a lot of people know what that means. It's actually a lot. I think there should be initiatives for deeply affordable housing. Affordable housing, it's still creating a large rent point. So at these points, 60% AMI is highlighted. If our product was available today, we would have units under 60% AMI. A majority of our units would be affordable to 70%. 94% of all of our units would be affordable to 80% AMI. That's without subsidies. And also, in addition to other programs, the renter rebate program. So this is what we're here discussing. I guess what we're fighting for at this point is the hundreds of hours, probably thousands of hours that we spent with engagement with the community, design, looking at the project, finding a good balance between what we can provide and having a development that is authentic to Whittier and an asset for the neighborhood. I don't want to see all that go away. And if we came back with a revised development, I truly feel all parties would lose. We gave significant consideration to our setbacks for the west neighbors. A revised proposal would actually bring our building closer to the alley and the west neighbors. Right now, our southwest corner, at the 4th level, it is 15 and a half, 16 feet from the property line. The 5th level is significant. It's 33 feet from the alley, and the 6th floor is 42 feet from the alley. On the northwest corner, it's 16 feet. And then at the top level, I believe it's set back another 10 feet. These would all likely be reduced to 11 to 13 feet, depending on the proposal, having a larger impact to the neighbors to the west. It'd have a worse parking ratio. Quite frankly, I'd be okay with that. We did hear a lot about parking demands in the city, the neighbors, how it is now. We did give that a lot of thought, and we know we don't want to impact, especially the businesses that need parking for their destination clients. So this proposal has more parking than we normally provide. I know a 2015 housing study by the University of Minnesota In this neighborhood, 25 to 30% of the people do not have cars, and that was almost 4 years ago. We'd like to have to forego the community commercial space in favor of higher income producing units. We lose the scale because of that, and especially if the building was set back further from 26th. The enhanced building materials, wrapping the building with stone, would likely have to be swapped out. We're also incredibly surprised when we learned just a week ago that the city staff would not formally support this project. We knew there were concerns. We knew, our site coverage, our lot coverage, impervious. We were ready to address those. Things that we could do with, blue roofs, green roofs, impervious pavers. Quite frankly, some of the impervious surface was to provide access to the walk-up units, things that are requested. And then, quite frankly, the cut and paste comment that for the variances that were solely driven by economic considerations, I don't agree with. I don't like. Wrapping our building does not make it more feasible. Providing neighborhood space, community use of our spaces doesn't help that. Green roofs are not economical. The higher amount of parking that we put in is not economically feasible. Providing renter rebates especially don't help the bottom line. I'll turn it over to Aaron, but I do think this is truly an example of how you should work with a neighborhood, engage, and hope you take that into consideration.
Thank you very much. Please state your name and address for the record.
Okay. Aaron Johnson with BJR Architecture, 4053 Bryant Avenue South. Like Rob said, we're completely excited for this one, for the amount of hours that we put in working with the neighborhood to come up with a solution that is more than just providing housing, a solution that defines an urban intersection, creates a place of community engagement and sharing and interacting. So what I'd like to do is to quickly walk you through the design. You guys have seen some of the design in the cow, and we've made some alterations based on your comments and based on comments from the neighborhood and the planner. And then we know that on paper there is a lot of variances that are put before you tonight. I'd like to walk you through each and every one of them, because some of them, and most all of them, some of them might not even be considered variances, and a lot of them are very within the spirit of our comp plan and our future comp plan that reflect our values that we're trying to show in our neighborhoods. So with that, I'd like to quickly just run through the site plan. Last time, some of the major changes, to highlight a few, is that we have rearranged the ground floor. The upper floors, we have always had stepping on the west side to help with the shadowing of the properties to the west. We've added some steps to the northwest corner, as we talked about in the cow. We've added walk-up units and landscaping to the ground floor, which you can see reflected in this plan. And then we've made some modifications to the area to the south along 26th Street to encourage the active uses that we're building and make them actually function the way that they're supposed to within the community. So I'll go to the first floor. So the first floor probably had the most changes in from the cow to now, where we've added multiple walk-up units on the east side to the north that wraps around the corner of the building. We've also flipped the amenities towards the south. When we went to the neighborhood, we quickly got a straw poll of, we wanted to determine how this neighborhood uses its streets, where our preconceived notion as the designers and developers were that Blaisdell was the more active street, but in a straw poll with the neighborhood, it was actually 26 that they preferred these active uses on, which makes more sense because we have the farmers market directly to the south at the Calvary Church in the summer. That's directly across the street. So what we've added is we've added a small scale commercial space on the south side that links to an amenity for the residents and an amenity that will potentially be partially operated by the Whittier neighborhood for events. As Rob stated, it would have doors that would open up a kind of nano wall to allow for easy access. We've worked through all the grading to get these things to time out with the sidewalk so that it really does function and work how it's supposed to. We also do have another walk-up unit in the southwest corner that helps transition back to that residential neighborhood across the alley. So when we went to the neighborhood, we had about 3 meetings with them and a number of emails, and I know Rob was on the phone with them multiple times. In their values of what they stated, number one was always affordability. This is a graphic from their website. This is showing the affordability in Whittier, and it's a income to rental chart that kind of shows in the area where we're at. That's kind of south here. That's the area that, you know, is more prone to have displacement of renters that don't have opportunities at an entry-level income area to live in this area, work in the city of Minneapolis, and possibly commute by bike if they choose to. So when we look at the elevations of this, this neighborhood is in, you know, an area that has had a number of buildings built through different parts of time, but does date back and have a lot of buildings that are clad in brick and stone. To us, it was important to build up that corner so we can see in the materials, even though we're suggesting an entry-level point of rent, we were able to make it work. We were able to get brick and stone on this in key areas and keep that character and shape that urban corner. This is an image of the back where we spoke about the stepping down and the stepping to the northwest that has been added since last time and altered. This is an image of 26th Street about the activity and the interaction of how the building will engage the street and how we'll landscape it and provide more hardscaping for activities to come on to this street. Likewise, this is a perspective from Blaisdell that kind of shows the transition of where our walk-up units are, how we've added landscaping, how we've added entry areas outside those walk-up units to help create that neighborhood feeling and preserve the transition back to that neighborhood. So with that, I'd like to kind of walk through each variance.
Please be cognizant of the time as well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said please be cognizant of the time as well, since we will be walking through them all individually as well. So we're all ears.
Sure. Okay. So the first one, conditional use for height. We believe that, in both the past and the present comp plan, this is a transition area, and we're showing our conformance and respect to the spirit with our modulation and our stepping. It's suggested, in the staff report that, this is an area that isn't appropriate for height, and that 26 and Blaisdell are not major arterials, where in fact 26 and Blaisdell at this intersection does get more traffic and have more counts than Nicollet or Lindale. We have put, as a city, investment into these bike lanes recently, where we are encouraging density to happen with providing multimodal transportation. And the site has always been in good location for transit. The next one is a FAR increase. And this in respect to density too. It was mentioned before that an appropriate level of density would be 8 to 20 units. This being a 0.71 acre site would mean 6 to 15 units are appropriate. We don't believe that addresses the housing issue, the displacement that happens in this neighborhood. This building does exist on 2 major arteries. We do have commercial in this application, providing the things needed for that commercial space, also help, are factored into increasing our FAR. The fourth variance is impervious surface. So impervious surface, we have a graphic where since the beginning we've added walk-up units at the request of the planner, the planning commission, and the neighborhood to help transition. If we did not have these walk-up units and did not have these sidewalks, which are highlighted in red here, we would actually be in conformance with the impervious surface. Likewise, in our code, as it is today, we get no credit for using pervious pavers. We get no credit for green roofs. We do have a 3,100 square foot green roof on the second floor that isn't occupied, that will capture rainwater. Also, we do have this area in blue, which we are closing off a driveway in the public way and adding 324 square feet of green space. So if those factors were calculated in, we'd be more than conforming, and we do feel that we're in the spirit of conforming with this code. So lot coverage, we talked about, and we have a number of changes at the ground floor. Part of the lot coverage, we're going from 70 to 82%, which is a lot. A lot of those are contributing to pushing the active uses closer to the street, getting them to function how they want to function and being visible. Also, we are asking a variance on the rear to bump out parking so that we can enclose parking, we can enclose loading and have it happen within the structure and not have noise and activities, be a hindrance to the community at large. So on the front yard on 26, we have a variance. what's written in the staff report is that we need to match 33 feet back of the property to the north. However, we are setting back 15 feet to the north, and then we're going 1 foot off towards the south to build up the corner. We feel that the 15 feet is responsible and keeping with the spirit, because this is the property to the north, which does include a drop-off and a driveway that goes to an underground level from Blaisdell, from the major street, which probably wouldn't be possible with our code today. So we did not feel that it was a need to set our building back 33 feet and match something that we wouldn't encourage in our city today with our present code. We're also setting back 1 foot off of the property line on 26, where we are doing that and violating that setback to get all the active uses that we spoke about that are on the ground floor to function the right way. This property does have a bit unique situation that the property line isn't on the inside edge of the sidewalk that exists today. It's about 10 feet back. So we felt that we were to build up the corner and get the activity spaces working the way that they want to, that this was the right place to locate the building and encourage activity and encourage pedestrians in the neighborhood. So lastly, there's a variance on the rear yard where we are only asking it for the ground floor. In our section, you can see that we're respecting the 15-foot setback and only bumping out on the ground floor. And it is mostly due to parking, some due to the active uses being located in the right space. But the goal was to get loading in our first garage door bay, and get loading working within the structure so that everything can be enclosed, which we are utilizing the 20% bonus for that. So without that bump out, loading couldn't happen within the structure, or parking wouldn't be entirely enclosed. So. Otherwise, the last thing we have is an alternative compliance where it's stated that we need a variance for having more than 3 primary materials. We can go to an elevation for this, or a perspective. We believe we do have 3 primary materials. We have stone, we have brick, and we have metal panels. What the planner put in for our 4th primary material is a precast stone, or a precast concrete that will be lining only 10 inches at the base of our building, and that's only to protect the building from snow plows and shoveling, and technically is at the top of the foundation, where it says clearly in our guidelines, foundation materials do not calculate into primary materials in our design guidelines for exterior materials. So with that, hope we walked you through the variances to your understanding, and then we'll take any questions that you have specifically about the variances if you need any clarification.
Commissioners, are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Kronzer.
Can you remind us what you're doing for stormwater management?
Stormwater management is treated on the site, and then we do have a green roof on the 2nd floor that is capturing and flowing into that system.
Okay, so you have an underground system under.
No, I believe we're at the site limit that we do not need a full underground cistern or perforated pipe.
So you're not treated on site?
Sorry, I couldn't hear
The
you.
watershed has an acre limit. Are you treated on site or you're not treated on site?
I believe we're not treating on site.
Okay. And what foundation type are you proposing with this project?
This would be a poured-in-place foundation, most likely.
What about shoring?
Shoring, we are far enough away from the property lines in most cases that we won't have any shoring.
Okay.
Towards the south, towards 26, there may be some shoring that needs to happen, but that's yet to be determined in construction.
Okay. And can you quickly go over your site lighting plan?
Sure. So here's the photometrics plan. It's probably too small for you guys to read. So I think what would be most helpful in this is the materials. So we're using 3 different light fixtures. One, we're using wall lights at the walk-up units that just illuminate, so they do not cast any light onto the ground. So these are not, when you see on the photometrics plan, the light levels, these are not contributing any foot candles to the ground. We do have step lights that are mostly on the back alley that are for just low-level lighting by where exits are, and then the garage doors, just so that the lighting is kept at a low level. The last light is just over the main entry, and that's the only downlight we have.
Do you have building-mounted lighting going along Blaisdell and 26?
Yes, which is this fixture right here.
That's what we see here. So that pretty much goes down the entire length.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioners, other comments, questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. We will ask the public, anyone wishing to testify, please come to the stand, state your name and address for the record. The public hearing.
My name is Greg Klein. I live at 2525 Pillsbury, right across the alley from the new development. I urge you guys to accept the recommendations from the staff. I don't think that these variances are necessary. They seem to me that they're more intended to maximize the number of units they can squeeze onto the property. This, like you said, this is the heart of Whittier. The neighborhood is pretty dense already. The block that we're talking about has 148 dwelling units in it already. This 146 addition essentially would double the number of dwelling units in that block. We already have parking issues. After we put the bike lanes in, we removed a whole lane of parking along 26th. Parking is tight on the street, especially on weekends when the businesses in Nicollet and the Eat Street folks come in. They'll be parking 2 or 3 blocks away. So parking has always been a problem. Additionally, I didn't see any drop-off or pickup points on this building. So it's at the intersection of 2 busy one-way streets, 26th and Blaisdell. I don't know where people will be dropping people off or picking them up. If you're Ubering or cabbing, probably in the bike lane. They'll probably have to stop there to pick people up or drop people off. Also concerned about the usage of the alley. The alley is a nice straight concrete alley. It gets a lot of high-speed traffic today. I don't expect that to stop. In fact, they'll probably get more with the addition of this building. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step to the mic, state your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Kaylee Brown. I'm the Executive Director for the Whittier Alliance Neighborhood Association, located at 10 East 25th Street. I'm also a Whittier resident at 2630 Pleasant Avenue, Unit 204. I'm speaking today on behalf of Whittier Alliance. In addition to the points outlined in our letter, which was included in your packets, I wanted to further highlight a few details on this project. An extensive community engagement process was conducted by our Housing Issues Committee. Those volunteers aimed to broaden neighborhood input and influence on the project. Ultimately, the developers made several changes in response to community feedback and also agreed to partner with Whittier Alliance on 3 key community benefit elements to better integrate this project and its residents into the existing neighborhood. First was establishing a program where tenants can pay for a portion of their rent by volunteering in the community. The program would be designed in partnership with Whittier Alliance to manage the volunteer sign-offs with multiple nonprofits in Whittier. It gives us something that we can do now on rent levels when we have so few other tools available to us. Second would be creating a joint use public space on 26th Street as a community resource rather than just a tenant amenity. That would include bike repair stations. A portion of the days would be protected for tenant-only use, but also it would have specific days and times where it would be available for use by the community for things like youth bike repair clinics, various community workshops, pop-up markets for local entrepreneurs, things like that. Thirdly, the proposed ground floor office space in the building would be rented to Whittier Alliance, which would allow our staff to effectively manage the adjacent community space and ensure implementation of the volunteer rental rebate program. We know that those concepts on their own are not necessarily under the purview of the Planning Commission. However, we ask that you recognize the level of engagement done and recognize the potential of these negotiated benefits for our community, ultimately to approve this project despite its flaws. Our letter, which was included in your packet, outlines specific building features we would ask that, if approved, you would ultimately require them to incorporate, which is proposed environmental features like the green roof and the green wall, the muted color scheme, and the quality building materials. And also ask them to stay in coordination with Public Works to mitigate bike lane disruption during and after construction. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Morgan Appleberry. I live at 302 East 26th Street Avenue. I would like to thank the Commission and the staff for everything you do and for listening to everyone tonight. I know it's been a long meeting. I'm a renter and regularly attend the Whittier Alliance Housing Issues Committee monthly meetings. I've been engaged on this project since the developers presented it to us, and I'm here in support of project approval with the stipulations laid out in the letter you have. Our Housing Issues Committee has been engaged with new development projects and has monitored progression of those projects in adjacent neighborhoods recently. All indications to this point have shown us that for the city, density is the name of the game, especially if a project is proposed near a major commercial corridor, which Nicollet is. For example, a 5-story project requiring 7 variances was approved in January that is located the same distance off of the Nicollet corridor as this one, but it's further into a more residential feeling area. This building had, the one I'm talking about, the January one, had no community benefits incorporated into it. Our committee and the Whittier Alliance Board voted with the understanding, based on those precedents, that this project would be approved, and that fighting a project based on height and size has ultimately been ineffective on almost every proposal. With that understanding, we realized there's a window for us to work with developers to ensure we could gain something for the community out of individual projects. In addition, our experience has been that the smaller the project is, the less affordable it is, and that is the main issue that we have heard from our residents as the thing they're most concerned about in our neighborhood. So we're trying in good faith to engage our neighbors around new developments and get them enthusiastic and working with developers. And we are concerned that, that based on the staff recommendations, that we could ultimately discourage community members from participating in the process if denied approval. We know this building isn't perfect, but the developers were more willing to engage with us than most, and this project will allow for some tangible and unique community benefits in Whittier that we hope will be a model worth expanding upon in the future. And for that, we feel like the project is worth approving. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Evening. I'm Stuart Stevens. I live at 2535 Pillsbury Avenue. Right across the alley from the proposed site. In fact, I'm quite literally 20 feet away because it's just exactly across the alley from my house. First thing I want to point out is that there's been a lot of talk about engagement with the neighborhood. The first that I was made aware of this development was when I received the meeting notice for this meeting. I have not been contacted by the city, by the developer, by Whittier Alliance, by phone, mail, door knocking. This is the first I've known about it. My main concern is just that the building is oversized for the neighborhood. It's reasonable to plan for apartment building in that area, but the 6 stories tall, the maximization to the property lines all just is more than it really fits with the neighborhood, with that particular part of the Whittier neighborhood. As Greg mentioned, it would end up doubling the density of our block in one fell swoop. No green space. The provisions for rain and snow runoff is not adequate. Parking, there's a limited amount of parking for the available number of units in the building, which means that there would be people looking for places to park on the street. I guess this is an assumption on my part that to get on-site parking would be an additional cost to the renters. So many people will not elect to, if they need a place to park, they won't be electing to pay for it there. They'll be looking out in the street. The entrance to the lot, or the underground parking, is directly into the alley across from my house. So there's going to be a great amount of increased traffic in the area. It's a safety concern for the pedestrians that walk up and down the alleyways. There's a lot of kids that play in the alley. And just the hazards for me and my neighbors backing out of our driveways in our cars. I guess there was the plans were shown here today. It seems as though those have changed from what was presented previously. From what little I found, we've seen plans that indicated that the shading would be such that my house would be blocked, and the sun would be blocked from my house for a good part of every day of the year. There's also I guess you would call it an amenity deck, a party deck off the back of the property that directly overhangs my house. So it's an invasion of privacy on my part, and just having to put up with the noise at night from parties. Then there's the concerns for just the construction period. There's going to be a long period of time. This is going to be a 18 months or 2-year kind of construction. So there's going to be blockage in the alleyway. Presumably there'll be power outages, temporary disconnection of phone, cable, internet, and then just the dirt and dust of excavation is going to be an issue, of course. And I would anticipate there is going to be some sort of excavation, shoring that has to be done on site. And And, you know, the proximity to my house, I'm concerned about damages, you know, from pile driving, whatever has to happen there, that's going to be, you know, concern both cosmetic and structural damages possibility. I bought my house in 1984. I lived there for 35 years now. A number of my neighbors, we've all been there about the same amount of time. And we've put a lot of time, money, effort into our properties. And, you know, this is something that I don't see how it's going to be a detriment to us. That, you know, we're going to be losing equity in our homes after, you know, basically a lifetime of dedication to the neighborhood. So I, you know, I just don't see the benefit of any of the variances that have been asked for. So I oppose all the asked for variances. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Aldana Martinka. I live at 139 East 27th Street. I am a former Whittier renter and a recent Whittier homeowner. And I'm also a member of the Whittier Alliance Board and its Housing Committee. And today I would like to speak with you a bit about the fairly unprecedented, for a single building in Whittier at least, engagement that went into the board's decision to support the development. Our committee conducted a survey, both online and by door knocking on all of the adjacent blocks, and to get a sense of the community members in the immediate area, their values and their priorities and how they would like to see them reflected in a development on that corner. We also held public meetings, a public vote, and multiple small group meetings with the developers and Whittier volunteers. While we were unfortunately unable to reach everyone nearby, the fact is that our community engagement did receive a substantial number of responses, and we based our decision on the content of those responses. Specifically, we received 83 responses to the survey, 59% of which live within 3 blocks of the proposed development. When asked what they were hoping to see in the development, the majority of respondents named affordability at 73%, followed by eco-friendly design at 53%, and public use amenities at 35%. Only 24% named a smaller scale for the building as one of their top 3 priorities. Similarly, when asked about their concerns regarding the development, only 36 named the height or traffic concerns as one of their top 3 concerns, whereas 72% again named affordability. Given these results and the conversations in public meetings and the affirmative vote at the Public Housing Committee meeting, the Whittier Alliance chose to focus on what we could do to address the community's visions and concerns for the corner. Given the community engagement we conducted and the resulting priorities outlined by residents, we respectfully request that you keep the priorities that were shared with us by the community in mind when making your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hey everybody, my name is Matt Bartholomew and I'm a resident of Whittier. I'm a renter and I live at 2438 Grand Avenue South. Thanks for having us here. I've been a part of these conversations for a while, and I just want to ask you to go in favor of all the stipulations that are laid out by the Whittier Alliance in those packets that you have in front of you today. So as the neighborhood group, we went into this conversation around the development knowing that there are limited options to ensure affordability in the city. We have interim inclusionary zoning ordinance, but that doesn't go, it's not sufficient. And a lot of the recommendations that are made through city staff and through other bodies oftentimes impact affordability in a negative way that will lead to higher rents. And so, if we didn't have to worry about affordability, like I'm all about a 3-story building with brick facade that fits all the buildings right around that right now, but that's not the case. We have to be thinking about that. We have to be thinking about long term. And as an active and engaged body of residents, folks in the Housing Issues Committee, realized that we need to be more creative in finding solutions. And so I've never thought I would be necessarily, like back in my day of activism, and I still do it, sitting down with developers, talking about what sort of solutions can we come up with, but we did, and it was really inspiring. We came up with all these different ideas. Not all of them were accepted, but the ones that are pretty cool, and I think are going to inspire some other neighborhood organizations and other community organizations, and hopefully developers to go ahead and try this out themselves. And you already heard some of them. So there's 3 different main points that you already heard about. One is the volunteer rental rebate program. And what this could do is lead to a deeper and longer term investment in our neighborhood and our community partners. We have St. Stephen's Human Services in our neighborhood. We have a school, we have parks. We have all these really amazing neighborhood organizations that a lot of people aren't really connected with. And we can build our own capacity in a neighborhood organization and our capacity as a community to address all of our problems, not just housing, if we're doing more to connect the residents with those institutions and connecting the residents with a better understanding also of what the neighborhood is that they're moving into. And that was one thing that I'm excited about. The second part is the jointly used community space, and that could be a hub for information and connection between, as it was already pointed out, residents in that building, residents of that building with folks in the broader community, because I think the more connected we are, the stronger we are, and the more we understand each other, and more that we can come up with solutions that we can all benefit from going forward. And then thirdly, the third part of that partnership is the installing the Whittier Alliance office adjacent to the community space. And what that does is provide for more of a long-term commitment by us and by the developer to make sure that the commitments that we've talked about and that they've agreed to, that we can make sure that they follow up on. And so, yeah, so with all these things and all the stuff that other people are talking about, I hope that you are in favor of approving this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. So my name is Shannon Dotson. I live at 2432 Clinton Boulevard, or Clinton Avenue, and I'm a Whittier resident and a member of the Whittier Housing Alliances community. Development in our city and our neighborhood is not going away, and frankly, we need more housing. The Whittier Allowance Committee understands that we need to think more creatively to identify a way to secure border community benefit in new developments, even if we can't get everything we want. Proposed rents for this project are higher than some Whittier, but they're not as high as the others we've seen in the new developments they're building. We hear and understand the concerns of the city and some residents about the scale of the buildings, but a smaller building with even higher rent wouldn't benefit all of us. We are supporting this building because of the community benefits we have negotiated into this project, and it is not the building height that Whittier Alliance is concerned with, but ensuring residents are not disconnected from the existing Whittier community and the fabric of the community we already have. The letter you have from the Whittier Allowance clearly details a number of project elements we consider key, and we ask that you respect the effort that went into it. We believe having, as others have said, the developers discuss establishing a program where tenants can help pay for their rent by volunteering will definitely harbor a sense of community and goodwill, and hopefully this will be something that in future projects they'll consider too. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Nate Broadbridge. I live at 411 West 25th Street. I own a business in Whittier as well at 2940 Harriet, who has served at the farmers market across the street a number of times. So you obviously hear about the kind of 3 main priorities that we had, but I just kind of want to reiterate how extensive the negotiation process and the discussion with Yellow Tree and everybody involved was. I think that I was looking through my emails earlier. The first time I had heard about this was back in April, and we again met with the Housing Issues Committee, heard a number of different presentations from them. They iterated. We had several other emails and other discussions. Not every project is going to get everything that everybody wants, but those 3 kind of main priorities of affordability, environmental sustainability, and community benefit were what we pushed very, very hard and what they were able to accommodate. And I just got to say that I'm really excited for the possibility that this development will go through. We need more residents in the neighborhood, and I think Yellow Tree has been more than accommodating on those kind of issues that we've outlined. So I support the project, and I hope you guys do as well.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Lynn Barnhouse. I live at 2532 Pillsbury. Thank you for your patience tonight. It's a long evening for everybody. And I just want to say a couple things. I'll try to keep it really brief. My background, I'm a designer. I was partner at Meyer Scherrer Rockcastle, architectural firm in town, so I've got some background in this stuff and planning and public hearings like this. I do not feel that Whittier Alliance reflects everybody in the community, so I'm here along with some other neighbors to represent people that live in the more traditional community neighborhoods. I am almost overwhelmed with trying to present all my feelings about this project. I moved to Minneapolis in 1975. I lived in a rooming house 1 block away from the house I own now, which I bought 20 years after I lived in that rooming house. I've lived in my house over 30 years, so I feel like I know the Whittier neighborhood really well. It's really diverse, as you probably all really know. And I think that this project, this proposal, does not account for the regular neighborhood that's right to the west of it. It looks like a bunch of single-family houses on green lawns. It is not. It is much denser than that when you really dig into it. I have a driveway off of Pillsbury. Parking is so tight that the driveway is often partially blocked. People park way too close to it. It's also the turnaround spot for all the Uber and Lyft and ride-sharing services. The proposed project doesn't even provide a drop-off spot. So I don't understand how those people that are going to function without some sort of driveway or drop-off. I mean, how do they move in? The proposal wants to eliminate this parking spot for people who are moving. That's just crazy. The proposal puts a party deck, or an amenity on the west side towards the quiet neighborhood. I've said, Whittier is very complex. We have all kinds of different housing situations and buildings on our block. Why are they putting a potentially noisy party deck on the west quiet side of the street as opposed to towards East Street, towards the traffic, towards the commercial area? Doesn't make sense. There have been a lot of people tonight talking about the active uses of the space and how great that is for the community. I am an expert in public library design, and one of the things in public libraries that I learned working on them is that if someone doesn't own the space, meaning take charge of it and really operate it for themselves with a purpose, the space just kind of falls apart. It gets junked up. It doesn't really, it's there, but it doesn't function very well. I'm really concerned that the Whittier Alliance is going to do that like they claim in that space. They already have full-time jobs being the Whittier Alliance. I'm very skeptical that a amenity space that is right on 26th Street is really going to be any kind of amenity. If you've ever walked along there, and if you have these buildings with the 1 foot setback, I mean, there are just so many things about this proposal that don't make sense. So I hope you don't support it.
Thank you very much. Please step forward, state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Aaron Goldstein. I'm the owner of Gold Group Realty, and our office is at 110 West 26th Street. I'm here representing my family, Bruce and Kay Goldstein, my brother Danny, and myself. We're the owners of the properties, and we're working with Yellow Tree in partnership for this. My dad moved his law firm to the Whittier neighborhood about 10 years ago, and as he was kind of repositioning his law practice, what better place could he find than in the Whittier neighborhood that's undergone really a renaissance in the last 10 years. So many great new restaurants, and as we're seeing in the last few years, a lot of great new multifamily housing projects. We had the opportunity to buy the property at 110 West 26th Street a few years ago, when the chiropractor went out of business and sold us his property. And we always had our eye on the house next door to us. And when that property became available to us about 6 months ago, we jumped at the opportunity to purchase it. We think that we've got an amazing corner here, and really kind of a gateway in and out of, or just off of Eat Street, and really at the epicenter of Eat Street. And we've got an opportunity to do something really amazing. And when we were able to get all 3 parcels together, we talked to a lot of different development groups in town to see kind of who had different ideas, what those looked like. And from meeting with Rob and the other guys at Yellow Tree, we really felt that they're the experts. They're doing more infill development in Whittier than anybody else. And the products that they put out are really great. And focusing on accessible entry-level housing for everyday folks, like the people at the Whittier Alliance that have been so gracious throughout this process, and really appreciate everybody being here tonight to support this. We know what people that are trying to move and live into this neighborhood want, and you look at an apartment building like this, and it's gorgeous, and this is where the city should be trending. Every article you read online, everything you hear out of the city is, we want more density. And we're giving as much density as we can to this corner, and we think that it's going to be a great project for a long time to come. So really appreciate, just one thing I want to mention, we took all the comments from the cow. I attended that meeting, and one of the commissioners made a comment that he was so excited that something was happening on this corner because he viewed it as the black hole. And I don't remember which one of you guys it was, but we took that to heart. And you know, that's my dad's law firm you're talking about, but that's fine. And we think that we put a really amazing project here. So just really appreciate all your time and efforts tonight, and really hope that you'll support this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, we have a number of applications before us. Commissioner Kronzer,
question for the applicant. Can you describe move-in, move-out processes and Uber, Lyft, drop-off, how that's going to work?
Yes, absolutely. So again, we're fully integrated. We do the design, we have in-house construction, and we also do property management. We're majority owners in all these developments. So having the feedback of our leasing agents, people that manage the buildings, plays into how we design our buildings. You know, something for this size, it is on the larger end of you know, what we do for infill development, but it's also looking at how that exact case is handled. How do you move in people? It's more transient based than ever, and it's primarily going to be by, does this work? By the first door coming off the alley. So it's an extended height door. 95% of all of our move-ins come with a pickup truck, their cars or vehicles, or a small U-Haul, meaning a trailer. So all those move-ins would be handled by that location. So oversizing, pulling in off the alley, off the street to do their move-ins and moves-outs. Lastly, I heard about the bike lane and then the improvements. I don't know if they were looking to us for temporary or permanent. improvements to that raised bike lane, it'd be good to see what that is and how that would impact kind of some of more of the intermediate, drop-offs and whatnot. But it is a one-way access to both sides of the street, operating from the same way.
Commissioners, any other questions for the applicant? Well, they're up. Thank you. Any discussion? Would somebody like to start us off with a motion? Commissioner Kogan.
I'll move item A, the motion to approve the petition to rezone the property.
We have a motion to approve item A, the rezoning. Do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second to approve the rezoning. Commissioners, any discussion? Commissioner Brown.
I think the rezoning is pretty straightforward at this location. It's obviously a portion of the property is already zoned OR2. I think expanding that is fair. The property is located just a block off of a community corridor, not too far from an activity center, and the OR2 district really allows similar uses, similar density to what the R5 and R6 zoning districts allow, which are also in close proximity of this site.
Very good. Any other discussion? With that, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman? Aye. Cogill?
Aye.
Ellison? Aye. Kronzer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
Aye.
8-0.
Commissioners, we still have many applications. Would anybody like to offer a motion? Commissioner Kronzer.
I'd like to go to item C, the variance for increased floor area ratio.
Okay, skipping item B.
Skipping ahead.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion, staff's going to win, to approve the floor area ratio of approximately 3.40 FAR, with the condition that the northern leg of the building steps back to match the southern leg of the building, meaning the fifth floor steps back and also the sixth floor steps back on the north side.
All right, so we have a motion to approve the variance to increase the maximum floor area ratio with the condition that the northern leg of the building, southern leg of the building step back equally. This is correct? And Commissioner Kronzer, do you want to offer findings?
Yes, but let me speak generally, then I'll offer some findings. What the FAR of 3.4 does essentially makes a 4-story building on the west side of the building. If you look at the cross section, showing where the south leg is stepped back, those two rows, you're essentially getting the same light angle as you would of the 4-story building at the edge of at the western property line. I don't know if staff's doing something there, but
and to clarify, your motion is to approve the variance not at 3.44 but at 3.4, correct? All right. Should we go through findings first, or Kimberly?
So it would be more appropriate if the motion is to deny the variance from 3.0 to 3.44 and in lieu thereof recommend approval of a variance to 3.4 and then make the appropriate findings, the practical difficulty, how it's in compliance with the spirit and intent of the code, the comp plan, et cetera.
And why don't I suggest to you, can we combine those combine a denial and an approval in one?
Correct. That could be one motion.
All right. So we're making that, if you would
consider that. So the suggestion is to have a single motion denying variance to increase the maximum floor area ratio from 3.0 to 3.44 and approving a variance to increase maximum floor area ratio to 3.4 with one condition, that the northern leg of the building and southern leg of the building be stepped back equally.
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. I think it would be appropriate for you to offer some findings and then take a second.
Sure. Let me take a step back. And so Blaisdell and 26. Blaisdell is a very unique street in the city. It's not technically a commercial corridor, but it's a very, very, very busy street. 26th Street is also a very, very busy street. One thing some urban design studies have shown over time is larger, taller buildings tend to slow traffic down on larger, busier streets. This area is also a block away from the activity center at Nicollet and 26th. The commercial activity comes right now to the alley of that's Vertical Endeavors is at the western alley of Nicollet, between Blaisdell and Nicollet. There's very much change in development patterns recently. The project up at Blaisdell and 22nd is a 5-story building. The Good Grocer project at 27th and Nicollet is I believe it's a 6-story building. The Aldi project is a 5-story building at 26th and Lindale. Going to the existing, or what was the R5 zoning allows for a 4-story height. With the step back that I'm proposing, essentially functions as a 4-story building on that western edge.
All right. So you're suggesting, if I can work with what you're saying, that the practical difficulties exist in that the unique confluence of Blaisdell and 26th as two high traffic streets create a preference from a planning perspective and from a traffic mitigation perspective for greater height, and that the property would thus be used in a reasonable manner because of traffic safety concerns and pedestrian safety concerns embedded in the comprehensive plan, and that the variance would not alter the essential character of the locality, et cetera, because, in part because of the context of that locality. One, the high volume streets, and two, recent developments that have created a context of higher height in that area, including the Good Grocer, Aldi, and 22nd Blaisdell projects. Is that correct? That's correct. All right, so we have a motion with findings. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Schrader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against this. I think that the 2040 plan is very clear. We have heard, there was a lot of work that went into the 2040 plan to talk about where the needed density goes in the city. And it's in a lot of places, except in this one right here. And it is a hard decision because I would say the work you did with the Whittier Alliance is what I want to see in every single project. I want to see working with the neighborhood, taking it that extra level. I think a lot of credit goes to the Whittier Alliance to be very creative about what they want to see in their neighborhood. And I think I'd love to see that in other projects. But the zoning just frankly doesn't allow that. And that was a citywide view that the city council took. And Commissioner Kronzer actually named the difference. It's a busy street, but it's not a commercial corridor. And for that is why we did the zoning less on that, to make zoning, to make more density available in other places where it made a little more sense.
Thank you. I do want to remind commissioners that the 2040 plan is not yet active law. It is, as we've discussed, influential in its direction, but not active law yet. Kimberly, is this you wish to comment now, or you wished to comment a while ago? Very good. Any other discussion on this motion? Motion to increase, to deny the variance for a 3 to 3.44 increase, and et cetera. Commissioner Sweezy.
Thank you. Just in the possibility that other variance amendments or requests will be coming, I guess I'll say what I have to say now, because I see 7 of them on the list. I can't support this project, and although I too am appreciative of the community engagement work that went into it and of those things, I don't see either the amended variance support or any of these as being circumstances unique to the property. This is another example where I see very clearly circumstances that are unique to the project. And when you see this many variances on one project, what it says very clearly to me is that it's not meant to be on this property. I think it's simply too large for the space. I share the concerns of the people who spoke out against it, particularly those about accessing this parking from the alley. I mean, that's 105 parking spots, and so all of them coming in and out of that alley. I also agree that the active uses on the first floor, I don't think are really what's meant by active uses, and we've seen that in a lot of the other projects. And I think, I heard over and over again that it complies with the spirit of the ordinances and either the old comp plan or the new one, which I know hasn't been adopted yet, but all this project is spirit, and it doesn't really meet the letter of any of this that I can see. So I can't support probably any of the variances, even if they're amended, but I thought I'd just say that now, because in case there are other amendments.
Very good. Commissioners, any further discussion on this motion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Nay.
Colgill?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Kranzer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
No.
Sweezy?
No.
5 to 3.
All right. Commissioners, we still have a number of applications before us. Does anybody wish to lead off with the motion? Commissioner Kranzer.
I just want to draw your attention to if there is a feeling that there might be more approvals coming, I have included some recommended conditions in your folder.
On items B and D. Right.
Yep. And then I also, one of the items in site plan review, I just wanted to draw your attention to, which was that staff is recommending a standard condition that the application comply with the exterior material standards, including the number of materials per elevation, something that I know that the applicant has presented about feeling strongly that they want to move forward with the materials as provided. So you can consider whether you would want to adopt that one or not.
Very good. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Did we have a motion coming up here? No. So we have acted on items A and C. Does anybody wish to offer a motion? Commissioner Kranzer.
I'll make a motion for item B to approve the conditional use permit at 6 stories or 73.5 feet.
Okay, we have a motion and there is a suggested.
Yes, and I'll include the one stated condition that staff has suggested.
All right, and that stated condition is that the permit shall be recorded with Hennepin County as required by Minnesota statutes before building permits shall be commenced. It's in our packets here. Why don't we see if we have a second before digging into findings. We have a motion on the floor to approve. We have a second. All right. Why don't we talk about findings on item B, conditional use permit.
Yes. So I think it should be noted that this is a 4-story, a 5-story, and a 6-story building being proposed. As staff has already stated here, that a 6-story building would not be detrimental or endanger public health. I think it could be argued that it would improve public safety and certainly the pedestrian environment at the locale. I think as stated also, the development pattern in the area has been changing with the projects that's already been stated. Adequate utilities and road access will be provided.
You have requests to speak up, Commissioner Cronzer.
Yes. I think staff has already stated here that the traffic is not expected to increase congestion significantly. They've noted that there's 106 bicycle parking spaces and 92 parking spaces plus 13 tandem stalls. And again, with the existing 5-story or R5 zoning, the project is 4 stories, ranging from 4 stories to 6 stories. It is 1 block away from the activity center at 26th and Nicollet. Some of the comp plan sections include 1.2. Let's see here, hold on. 1.2.1, promote quality design and new developments, as well as building orientations, scale, mass buffering, setbacks, and appropriate with the context of the area. Section 1.4.2, promote standards that help make commercial districts and corridors desirable, visible, and distinct urban identities. Urban design goal 10.4.2, promote development of new housing that is compatible with existing development and the best city housing stock. 10.5.2, medium scale multifamily residential developments is more appropriate along activity centers. Let's probably stop there.
All right, thank you for walking us through those findings. So we have a motion and a second to approve the conditional use permit to increase the maximum height, item B, with a 1 staff condition in our packets. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown.
Aye.
Coleman.
No.
Cogill.
Aye.
Ellison.
Nay.
Cronzer.
Aye.
Wilson.
Aye.
Schrader.
No.
Sweezy.
No.
So that's 4-4.
Aye. Commissioners, do we have motions on items D through J? Anybody bold enough to make a motion?
Yeah,
Commissioner Coe.
I'll move item D, and I'll move to approve the variance to increase the minimum impervious surface coverage from 85% to 87%, and add the stated condition provided by staff that the project shall include a green roof that allows for water filtration, as shown on the submitted plans.
Very good. We have a motion to approve item D. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All right. Why don't we
talk findings.
Right. Oh my. Well, first I'll say that as far as this particular variance goes, it's a minimal change that is being asked for, 85 to 87%, as the applicant noted. That could have been made up with a couple of changes to some of the pathways, and additionally, acknowledging this green roof. It is, I suppose, spirit, not letter, but I feel as though I would say that this should be included in our considerations at this point for a variety of reasons, one of which is that it acknowledges some of the larger goals of our comprehensive plan around sustainability and doing site design that is forward-thinking and that is taking into account issues of like water retention. And in terms of additional findings, I might need some help.
We also have the whether the proposed variance will alter the essential character of the locality or be injurious to the use or enjoyment of other property. We have heard from Commissioner Kronzer earlier the proximity to the activity center and corridors, which I don't know if that's.
So those.
I would defer to you, Kimberly.
I don't know if I heard a practical difficulty finding in there either for finding number one.
Well, I would say that the practical difficulty would be that the pathways were something that was required by staff.
Very good. All right, so, and to clarify, maybe the pathways are something requested by the commission, which then pushed them over that limit. All right, we have a motion and a second and a set of findings. Is there any discussion on variance D? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Aye.
Coghill?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Kronzer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
7 to 1.
All right, moving on. Items E through J remain. Commissioner Brown.
I'll take a stab at these. I'm going to take items items E through J together. Those are the variances related to lot coverage, loading space, and setback variances.
Sorry, let me clarify. Are you also including item J, site plan review?
Excuse me. I will take items E through I, the variances, together, and I will move approval of all of those variances.
We have a motion to move approval of items E through I. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve items E through I, variances. Do you want to offer findings, Commissioner Brown?
I can, yes. As it relates to practical difficulties, nearly all of these relate to really the intensity of development, the location of the building. I think in this case there are practical difficulties associated with the current zoning code. I think in the whether it's the R5 district or the OR2 district, it's difficult to fit a contemporary apartment building on a site like this or elsewhere in the city and meet all of those standards. It is not uncommon for us to grant variances for many of those things. I understand that in this case there is a very large number of variances, but I know Commissioner Kronzer also pointed out some of the other recent projects in this general part of the city, some of which required at least some variances for dimensional kinds of things, and we supported those. So I think, in terms of using the property in a reasonable manner that is in keeping with the spirit and intent of the comprehensive plan, and also the third finding related to the essential character of the area, we've seen buildings similar in density, similar in bulk to this in this general part of the city. And I believe because of the proximity to transit corridors, to the commercial corridors, to the activity center, we can support some deviation from the dimensional standards of the zoning code.
Very good. Kimberly, do you feel we've got sufficient findings?
All three have been addressed.
All three have been addressed. All right. We have items E through I. Approval motion. Any further discussion? Yes.
I just want to say that it strikes me that variance H is particularly silly. To double down on a mistake that we made in the past on urban form doesn't make any sense to me, that the adjoining property would dictate the 35 feet setback when that adjoining property is the aberration rather than the smaller setback. So,
A code amendment on the way. All right. Any further discussion?
I might just add to the findings that, to Commissioner Coleman's point, that as it relates to these setback variances, really they largely correspond to the setbacks of other existing buildings in the area. So when we look at the finding that looks at the character of the area, relationship with existing properties, I'm comfortable with those setbacks just because there are other buildings in the area that have similar setbacks.
Very good. Any last comments? All right. Motion to approve items E through I. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Aye.
Cogill?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Kranzer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
7-1.
Very good. We have one last application before us, item J. Commissioner Brown.
I'll move approval of item J, the site plan review, with the 8 conditions listed in the addendum.
And to staff's question, including item 5, the materials.
That is correct.
Great.
Yes,
Do we have a second?
recommendation.
We have a motion and a second to approve site plan review with the 8 staff's stated conditions. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. There's a brief conference. We have a motion and a second for item J, site plan review. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown?
Aye.
Coleman?
Aye.
Cogill?
Aye.
Ellison?
Aye.
Kranzer?
Aye.
Olson?
Aye.
Schrader?
Aye.
Sweezy?
No.
7-1.
With that, our business is concluded unless there are updates and communications, lengthy updates and communications.
My only very brief update is I'll be sending out an email tomorrow to try to get a date on your calendars to have kind of a mini CPC retreat, mostly focused on comp plan implementation, probably looking at an August date for that.
Thank you very much. With that, the hearing is adjourned.